Oh, welcome back. Alright. That's so loud. Why is it so loud? Oh my god. I'm so sorry. See, this is why it's a great thing that it starts out muted. YouTube's not going to do that. When I upload this to YouTube, people are going to be like, huh. Hopefully. Hopefully they don't shatter their earballs, eardrums, ear holes, brains. Okay, so what's on the docket for today? We are playing some Star Valor. This is one of my old saves. This save is so old that it kicked off my capital laser beam because the Titan had used to have 36 base weapon space or something like that. But yeah, I had a medium laser on the tail gun, I think. I don't remember. The turrets weren't even the same. I don't remember what it used to look like. So long ago. That's not what we're doing today. Today we are celebrating. What was the point on that one? What was I doing on this save? What did I mess up on this save? I don't remember. Is this the one I'm supposed to have been playing this whole time, but I've been playing the wrong one? No. This one does have a fleet, though, and a Tim the Insane. Why did I abandon this one? Oh, right, I remember. I was doing a new start with a Scourge just to test it, and by the time I remembered, oh yeah, I've already got a mining save with a fleet, I was like, oh shit, I'm way ahead of that one. Oh well. So, not a lot to report just yet. There is a fix to, I think I mentioned it last time. It's live. If you're one of those people who likes the arena mode, and you're having a problem with your fleet ships in arena mode docking at the station properly, which if they don't when you need them to is a huge pain. Like, that's fixed now. Done. So if you do have that problem, please let them know on the Discord. Please. But that should be fixed by now. I don't think anyone's reported any further incidents of it. Of course, that should go without saying with any patch notes, right? If something gets updated to be fixed and you experience it again, you should probably be like, hey, not so much. What's still happening? Maybe try again. I haven't really had a lot of issues like that. When he goes to fix something in this game, not only does he do it usually right away, usually super fast, but usually right the first time, which is like, I mean, if you can do stuff immediately, quickly, and effectively, it sounds like you're doing something right. It sounds like you know what you're doing. So that's awesome. There is something much more exciting than docking your fleet ships in the arena mode, although, I don't know, maybe some people like arena mode enough that it's just like, nope, fleet, arena, don't care, don't want to hear it. But there's a new ship coming, and normally we get a little bit of a heads up when there's a new boat coming around, when there's a new member to the, what do you call it, livery? The livery. But there's been nothing but question marks. Literally typing in, he just said, added new ship, work in progress, question mark, ×3. I'm like, okay. Super secret. I don't know, like, is he bringing the Garaki back? Which is if you've done the tutorial, you know the Garaki is Sam Hollow's ship. There we go. So I don't know, maybe it's that, maybe it's something else. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait. You have to wait. Sit right there and wait, and you see what this ship is going to be. Let's see. Star Valor, I'm looking up the... I don't even know if there's been a message Did he say it was something that some of us might have seen already? There is mention that there's going to be a lot of features like new crew mechanics that are still going to happen. You know, a lot of people are like, oh, he said something about launching 1.0 in April. I guess that means there's not a lot that's going to change now. And it's like, no. No, I don't think so. I think that we're going to see quite a bit of new stuff coming. Because, you know, a lot of the stuff... I don't want to give people false hope. Manage your expectations. Question my conclusions. Question the completeness, the thoroughness of my data set. Please correct me if you think I'm just way off, and don't get your hopes up. But the way some of the features get implemented, it's just like it feels like he's holding a lot back from us that he wants to do, and it's just like there's going to be a lot happening soon. That's like little fundamental pieces that are already in place that are just gonna like, just stuff's gonna just start falling into place like pretty quickly. I think we're gonna see a lot. I don't think it's gonna be like, you know, changing the whole nature of the very game itself, but I think people are gonna be surprised by how much has yet to be put in. That being said, I'm on the Patreon here, and unless it's that thing with all the lightning and the sparks and the wheel, but that doesn't exactly have a vessel's kind of name. I feel like it does fit the bill of keeping a secret though, which the fact that it's secret implies that either it's going to be super high tier and ridiculously hard to get and super amazing, or it's just going to be very dynamically different from anything we've seen so far. I'm not saying it's going to be a Class 7 super ship or anything like that, or Flying City, but I mean, the sheer lack of detail at every level of interaction that I'm aware of, it just says added ship. Question mark, question mark, question mark. That's never happened before. And there's something about that lack of detail, the unprecedented lack of detail, I might throw some $2 words out there. There's something about that unprecedented lack of detail that makes me think this might be pretty gosh darn cool. Hey, LaKaylee, welcome, how's it going? Six Flags Magic Mountain. Always nice to have a theme park in the chat, especially one as just nostalgic as hell for me. I remember when they put the Riddler's Revenge on that park, and now it's probably not even there anymore. I haven't been to Magic Mountain in over a decade. I don't even know what's still there. I wonder if the Viper's still there. That thing was undergoing maintenance every once in a while. The last time I remember, it was just like closed half the time for maintenance, but like nobody was getting hurt, nothing was really going wrong. It's just, you know, when a track has 7 loops and it's been around for a while and people spend a lot of time upside down, you maybe do some thorough maintenance. Makes sense to me, right? You know? So I have no idea what this ship's gonna be. I'm like preoccupied by it. It's trying to eat my soul and brain at the same time. Damn you, Laos. How dare you? How dare you so effectively surprise. Oh my goodness. I can't wait. So last time we got our dominance in the air, we got some ridiculous overload heavy mining laser beam. You know, that's not working for me. Is that not working? It's not working. That's terrible. That's a terrible name. What do we call it? What do we call it? I'm open to suggestion. Overload, heavy mining laser beam. Like all the really interesting mining names are like either super nerdy or like, oh, core disintegrator, uranium Pu-36 space modulator. All right, we'll revisit that. We will revisit that. For the time being, overload, heavy mining laser beam. I need to think of something kind of retro sounding, so it's hide my lack of creativity behind a nostalgia factor. Let's see. Oh yeah, how are we doing on tech level? 20? Garbage. I remember there was something I wanted to use that's I need 21 for. It's one thing when your tech level starts falling behind your character level, and I know that nobody wants to sit here and watch ship graveyard scanning simulator all day long. That's not exactly primetime television. But what are you gonna do? We got to do something to get it up. Giggity. Large gyroscope Mark III in blue. Why do I feel like I can immediately put that to good use? Turning 6.7. That's a Mark III. Let's swap it out for the Mark. Well, no, let's swap it out for the Mark III. See if we hit a cap. It moved. 7.6. 6.9. Let's pop that off. 7.6 is the max. Okay. Wow, really? Okay, so that's 4. 5.8. 6.4, so we don't need another large one. So we'll drop those two. Let's go ahead and store everything. Wait, do I need to move that somewhere specific? Don't I have a place where... There's my relics. Level 5. Where is my primary stash? Do I have a primary? I do. It is really far away. Secondary stash. Well, on the other hand, though, I also need to take this stuff to, let's see. Let's just do stuff that's not used in crafting. How about that? Because I still need cash, but I also need crafting materials, so we're going to do that. But first, let's finish with our incredibly disappointing turning speed. 7.5. Is that worth not putting another 4 points on? Do I have something better than that? That's 67. No. 75. When I get my tech level to 25, well, that's gonna be a minute. Large ion reactors, yeah. I need to keep an eye out for more of those too. It's gonna be rather critical. Oh, you know what? I didn't do that thing where I hit the enter key a bunch, so that people know what I'm doing. I forgot to tell people I'm live. I think I did. I hope I didn't just do something stupid. Oh, no, I didn't. Cool. No, I didn't do anything stupid that time. Nice. Excelsior! Alright. So I've got one of my relics. I'm gonna go grab the other one before I forget. I am the world before I am a man. I am the world before I am a man. I cannot sing this song over this music. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Don't die, you guys. Please don't die. Oh crap, they're gonna die. Nope, they got their shields going. Good for them. Hurry, 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 hurry. They're set to attack, so they're not gonna like resist the urge by trying to... If I drift backwards, they'll follow me and get hit less. So when you're mining with a fleet, if they end up taking too much damage along the way, drift backwards until you can warp out of the sector, and they'll probably survive. Aw, damn it. Anybody got any energy cells? Did that say 45 energy cells? No, there's no way I'm getting 48. Jeez. Gee willikers. Let us go find our way across the great frozen void. Well, space isn't frozen, right? It's just cold. There's some frozen stuff, but there's not really a lot of moisture in a vacuum, I suppose. Yeah, I should probably just deal with the fact that fruit and vegetables, not synthetic crap. 88 bucks a piece. Medicine at 100. Wow, that is a terrible price. Below average, below average. I'm not gonna bother. We just going away. Which one? 5 or 1? 1. Wow. I left 4 relics in a level 1 station. I'm doing great, Untitled Marauder. How you doing? Hey, welcome, Nova. How's it going? I'm rocking out to some metal and smashing some rocks, doing the whole thing. So basically I got one of the Dominance Dreadnoughts for my fleet, and now I'm working on getting the money for a second one to ride along. It's not that I hate the donkey, I just don't think it makes a great mining vessel. It's sturdy. Like, if you don't have a lot of great loot and you're trying to decide between, but I don't know. What's the guide for? I saw something about a guide on the Discord, but I admit I didn't make it all the way. Oh, a flux guide. Ooh. Well, yeah, the hardest part with writing any guide right now is, you know, whether or not, or knowing what could change, right? You're heavy, make it well. What is that song? I keep thinking of this song. It's like one of those not Nirvana band, or not one of those not Pearl Jam bands from the 90s. It's like this song is like such a knockoff of that. It keeps driving me crazy, and I can't think of the song. There was Pearl Jam and Bush and Blessed Union of Souls, and like, what were all those songs? There were so many of those bands where it's like, I don't remember. They probably don't either, though. They're all the same. They're all the hey yeah bands. I like Bush, don't get me wrong. Bush was a little different. They got a little experimental, but it was just like, it wasn't exactly outside the box. It was just not exactly the same as the others. Which, in the 90s, you know, slight variations were kind of a big deal because everybody was trying to be the next Nirvana, but nobody could scream like he could. And nobody had that twang, that West Coast country twang. I mean, but it's not such a bad thing either, right? Not being able to recognize them. That's good. That means that you've managed to put them out of your mind, which I wish I could do sometimes, but easier said than done, I'm afraid. It's just that track sounded like such a direct knockoff of this one specific song, and I can't place it. Because like you, it's like, try to put it out of my mind. No. Like, I remember, I don't know, there was so much repetitive stuff back then. I mostly just listened to, like, The Offspring and metal and whatever random shit. Prodigy. Not just Fat of the Land, though. Gotta listen to the music for the Jilted Generation that they used on that Hackers movie with Matthew Lillard and what's-his-face, where it was pretty much the entire soundtrack was Prodigy's music for the Jilted Generation, but only ever like a minute or two of each song. Back in my day, people didn't ever want to hear the entire song. You weren't cool if you listened to an entire song. Pretty much. Pretty much. Or at least in the discount bracket, right? Why did I come back here? I was just commenting about how I don't want to invest anything in this station because it's level 1. And like I could fart and accidentally destroy the station. Sorry, I don't mean to be cross, but it's true. I need to find me a nice sturdy 52 that's not going to be part of a faction war. I haven't exactly found a lot of mining stations in the upper tiers. Maybe I should check over this way. Am I not using a... Is it my warp drive that sucks, or... No, that's the 10 parsec one. Oh my god. That doesn't feel like range anymore, though. That feels like across the street. Let's see. Well... Yep. Well, but to be fair, even a purple deuterium drive is basically 10, right? I forget now. Holy crap. Oh yeah, I have the document open. Of course, now I can't see. Is that under a kitchen sink? Nope. I don't see it. Scanner warp. Scanner slash warp. Now I see it. Okay. Purple's a 6? Oh. Oh, nice. I like the how the Dio sweeper's in between those. That's okay. That makes sense. Orange Deuterium 7.2. Golly. But I guess if an orange Optronics 30, that makes sense. Okay, I'm just being impatient because it's been a long time since I've used a Dreadnought. So when you're waiting for it, it's like 10 just doesn't feel like enough. If I was in a lace wing, you know, it'd be a little bit different. Wouldn't spend 90% of the time staring at, yeah, the rock tumbler. Nice. It's funny because it's visually and technically appropriate. Yikes. Bad price on gold, eh? Alright. Yeah, I got really spoiled on the whole battlecruiser thing. And I told myself all along, don't get stuck on the cruiser just because of the spinal mount. You know? Because I know as soon as there's a dreadnought with a spinal mount, unless there's just something about it that I don't like, I'm gonna use it. Almost guaranteed. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Let's see. What is... Whoops, that's impulse drives. I didn't realize that everybody hates Pirate impulse drives. Although I guess that's another thing that's kind of more of like a heavy ship sort of thing, like, or hard exploration kind of thing, like if you're going for fun with maps or something. Well, and I guess, you know, I mean, I also prefer lithium and Terran armor, whereas most people apparently go for max damage resistance. And I'm not saying that that's not right. I'm sure that there's a good case for it. I haven't specifically done the math, but I like to have a decent repair speed as well, because it's, you know, getting out of sticky situations. So I can see if you're not using an armor that lightens your ship for better acceleration, then okay, yeah, maybe it's kind of annoying to have that low acceleration there. Oh, there's a merchant in the middle. I was like, what are they shooting at? I can't even tell. They're swarmed so hard on it. Grinding away with their ramming weapons. Yeah, pretty much, like, you know, as they say, an ounce of prevention. Or what others would just call... Whoop. Yeah. I've always been of the ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure mentality. But, you know, if your cure is to be able to take it, then that's great, but I get it over my head a lot, so I like to be nimble and lightweight, but I like that to reflect in all aspects of the ship, not just its forward acceleration. So I can sacrifice acceleration and then make it up in armor. And yeah, 1.5 hit points, especially when you're in a dreadnought using a automated repair system. Yeah, sometimes that sucks, especially with only 3% damage resistance. But then you look at the fact that not only does lithium armor affect your acceleration, but you actually get a tiny bit of a top speed hit out of it. If you're using boosters, you're getting an acceleration boost from boosters, which I would love to know what that formula is. He did say that there's a formula for it, right? It's not just like pre-assigned. It couldn't just be pre-assigned. I mean, I guess it could. Yeah, you save equipment space by using lithium armor, absolutely. I feel like that's one of those formulas he's keeping to himself because, he changed boosters once. He changed the way boosters worked. Nerfed the hell out of them. Exactly. Like, just because I'm a Dreadnought with 160 equipment space doesn't mean that I just want to put any old thing on here. Now, I did kind of put any old thing on here initially with the tractor beam and a cloaking device and the flux system that I don't need. But that's those are placeholders because I will want those. I just don't necessarily need them at the moment. My cloaking capability is pretty silly right now. Six seconds, but then you look 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I'm not even at 2/3 speed. I was barely over half my top speed. So short term. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, short term cloaking is really good. It's fine. It's useful if you have acceleration. Despite having lithium armor, I wouldn't say it's enough for this one to really do the thing. Now, wait a minute. And again, just because I have a dominance, a Dreadnought, doesn't mean I need to be wasting space. So let's look at, that's 19.2, and that's 19.5 for 2 less power. They're much better. Oh yeah, that was an accident. That wasn't supposed to get put back on. Why does it feel completely different? I just did all this and it's like, I'm looking at the wrong number again. Okay. There we go. So I want to get rid of that large 3, but it is doing a lot of good. 67. It's just, I need some more of the ones I have that are upgraded. Let's see. Turn speed 4. These are doing like, yeah, so 4 of these I would get about 20 out of, but the power consumption goes way up. So it's not, it would basically be like 5 space. That one's 50.4. That one's 67, 55. So that puts us at turning 5.8. 7.5. We'll call that close enough. Hey. What is that? Alright. Oh yeah, the pirate fleet's dead, that's right. I was like, where did all that crap, all that stuff come from? I won't miss you. Are you serious? We don't call it the repair system, we call it the ignore button. They're killing themselves. Alright, I will take you out because you're gonna die anyway, and I might as well get credit for it. Oh wow, they both attacked me, but I still got some red. Okay, one of those guys was just hanging out doing nothing, apparently. I kind of wish the shield would recharge. Or, I mean, I wish the warp drive would recharge faster if you were docked at a station. I don't know how to justify it other than I want it, but I kind of wish it would. Is that wrong? Yeah, I've got a nitro, but I don't have a hyper. That's so close. Alright. We're charged? Let's ride! Damn it! Need more battery. Fuck you, Vangy. Fuck you, Vangy. I've only really tested dreadnoughts in a fleet very briefly. So it's going to be interesting working with the dominance, which is a little clumsier than the others. Oh yeah, this was one of the systems that had a lot. Not the 8 one. Not the system that had 8 freaking asteroid fields. There we go. Oh, gyros? You mean how many large gyros will I need? Once I actually have good ones? Well, my max turn speed, my cap is 7.6. So 167, 171, 91, 191. Okay, we got an extra one there, 192. So 211. So about 230 turning power. I think I mathed okay. I may have mathed wrong. Oh. Well, they take up, what, 20? Didn't somebody say they got to 60, Fleet Commander? Or are they 40 each? I can't remember. They're 40 each, right? The cruisers are 20. Yeah, so you would need 80 total Fleet Commander to have 2 Dread Escorts, and I'm kind of hoping that's possible in the future, because it'd be fun. honestly. Because with two dreadnoughts, if you can get them to actually stay together, you don't need repair ships. You've got enough that it would be negligible for the most part to be able to just add a couple of repair beams. Oh, plus they'll be using their own automated repair systems in the future. So you won't need like separate repair ships as badly. Civilian 43. Oh, look at that. Oh, damn, buddy. You got F'd in the A, bro. Oh, wow. He almost went inside the ship there. And he can't roll, so that was kind of weird. Well, that is a losing fight, for sure. Ah, shit. I couldn't get away fast enough. I don't care. That guy was annoying. Wait, where's the... I swear I saw the symbol for... There. Level 30? No, we can't tackle level 30 yet. Alright, now I'm focused, now I'm serious, now I'm gonna play the damn game. I'm not gonna die to some stupid ass pirates anymore. Bunch of dickbags. What I'm gonna need to do is refit, because my power system is absolutely not enough for these weapons. And I don't need a warp drive just at the moment. There's gonna be plenty to do trying not to die in these sectors. And the reason I'm helping here instead of preparing to run back and forth is not just because it's the first, but because I'm gonna be able to carry this entire asteroid field and then some. So always help with the first asteroid field, then lead them to the second, and then go to the station to drop off your loot when you have a dominance. Just, unless you have to explore the system, but we've got enough to not need that. Hey Madison, can you do me a little favor there and fuck right off? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so it seems. I don't know. I don't know much about how the collision systems work, or how you would even describe it to somebody who's not a programmer. So I won't question that too much. It's one of those things I can't really make a suggestion on, because what the hell would I even say? Now. All the poor marauders with their pet rocks. Like, the ship hasn't even really fully exploded yet, but all the pet rocks are just mysteriously disintegrating. Oh, okay, their reaction to each other. Isn't necessarily strong enough. It's not a strong enough repulsion. Oh god. Yeah, that can be a hard thing to manage without making it feel weird, right? Like, I imagine it... Oh, 2,800. Not the best price I've ever seen, but damn close. Let's do that reconfigure real quick. Fine. But I'm not going to do it here. I'm going to do it where they can do stuff. Really? This is what we're at. Boop. Damn. It's still so draining. Okay, let's just... If I can at least run it at 150, it recharges reasonably fast. You know, you don't have to have perfect sustain, because you're not fighting the Destroyer of Worlds from Terraria, where it's just a worm coming at you nonstop. I'm sure there's a case to be made. Because some games like this, and side-scrolling games, do have worm bosses. But this one does not have a worm ship that comes at you yet. Hop backwards. Oh. Yeah. I mean... At max they take 250 each, so I'm not going to get 750 power anytime soon on this thing. Unless I really just go to town, taking off everything. Which maybe I should. If I take off 2 more, I can put on another fusion reactor. Well, it heats up really fast, so if I go much further... No, it cools down fast enough. Okay, so just a little bit more generator power. Let's just go ahead and do that. Now, let's make room for a full size. I only need to take off one of these. Oh yeah, I am using a large expansion module. I forgot about that, so that's adding a lot of mass. It's pretty much almost canceling the lithium armor. So a 10% difference. If I take that off, then yeah, I don't need but 7 space worth of gyros that aren't even maximum but decent. So I guess that's the thing. What do I get out of it? What did I just do? I don't need that. Yeah. That adds, well, 38, right? So that's probably worth it. Probably. I could have just looked, it says 10.8%. Plus when I get it upgraded, I'll be getting a Syndicate one. What the actual fuck? Does it show you why it's holding? Do you see what it, does it tell you why? Because it tells me why. See, this is why I need to have my own Discord server, so I can post up stuff like funny shit like this. I'm gonna post it. It'll show you exactly why. All right, it's on the Discord. It thinks it's bullying. Is that not? You fought the worm. Is it the word fought? Is it just because fight or worm? You worm? Does it think you might be calling me a worm? I mean, I know that that's considered offensive by a lot of people, but I'm a little thicker skinned than that. Twitch underestimates me. I don't know. Maybe it's something from another language, but is Twitch really gonna like? I don't know. It's not like it's gonna translate swear words. I don't know. I'll allow it. Except now it looks like it's putting it out of place. Like it doesn't even place it where it was supposed to be. That's so weird. Damn you, Twitch. Damn you to heck. You're such a weirdo. It's almost endearing if it weren't so absolutely absurd and inconvenient. Wow, another relic. Didn't I just pick one up? Okay. Well... it's so hard to decide what to upgrade, because I have a lot of things that I want to upgrade for my ship. But at the same time, I want them to mine faster. But then if I'm going to end up with a dreadnought in my fleet, I need to not just keep boosting their weapons for no reason. Each one of them has one of their weapons boosted to purple, and the others are not boosted at all. So those will probably take up, when I get a dominance, I'll probably put those on the 3-point slots here. Those three. Retire the not upgraded ones. But yeah, Terraria, you fight the worm boss just by getting out of the way. But if you're strong enough and you go back and fight it like way later in the game when you have way better gear and you're just farming the worm boss, you can pretty much just stand still and hack away at whatever comes at you. Or try to lead it in a straight line going backwards and then shoot a piercing weapon that'll hit at multiple segments. Although to combat that, it really doesn't usually go in a straight line ever, because that would be too easy. You could just get a ridiculous bow with jester arrows and just go straight through every segment. Would kind of defeat the purpose of the boss. But at the same time, when you're late game like that, it's kind of nice to have. I think games should have that kind of, like if you're farming late game, there should be something semi-exploity to kind of get you through the grind, as it were. You know, that would not be the worst ship in the world for, it's almost got as much cargo space as the Dominance. And it has a hangar. Honestly, I want to do a mining run at some point that's mining without miners. So it's like a pirate, but I'm a miner. Well, I mean, its combat ability is concerning, but it's a carrier. You can have a yacht up in there. A yacht, or a shuttle if that's all you want, but you can get a yacht going. Its crew space is good. You know, it matches it matches the battleships, honestly. Kind of feel like it should get a spinal mount. It's got 18 weapon capacity. That's up there with the battleships. What are you supposed to... because you've got 8 out of the turrets. So what do you put, a 6-point on the front and a 4-point in the back? Okay, so maybe a spinal mount's going too far. Maybe it I keep thinking that one single mount on the front is just not going to be enough, but honestly, even that far back, a heavy laser beam wouldn't be very bad on that 4-point. That'd be pretty good. At least they're 360 turrets. Yeah. Because you can put a heavy laser on that center 4-point, then a heavy laser on the back, and that gives you decent rear and side coverage if you're getting attacked from behind. It does suffer the whole guns in the back thing like the dominance, but at least it's one main hard place on the front. Because it's almost good in so many ways, but not good enough to want to use. No, I like it. I think it would be a really good fleet manager. If you're like if you're a pirate, but you want a ship that you can use for leading a mining fleet or being a trader without, you know, because you're a pirate, you can't buy their faction ships. Oh, are you talking about fighting against them? Yeah, okay. I get you. I believe I understand now. Nice, 7.4. We just dropped a single point. I'm going to put on another fusion reactor. Don't need lateral thrusters either. That's more generator space. My shielding's been okay. I'm not super happy with it, but it's been pretty okay. In fact, oh wow, I have another blue heatsink I didn't know I had. That's pretty good. That'll cool them off a lot. But focus on a generator. Okay, that's 48. Oh my god! I should have turned the other direction, because I have to meet it this way. I could have turned 60 degrees instead of 300. But, still got it. Totally. You know, if you can deal with the single forward hardpoint backed by a 4-point turret that can sweep all the way around, my suggestion honestly would be to put each of those 2-point turrets, each one has a point defense and a repair beam. Because you're going to have that yacht flying around, so you're going to want something to cover it. From missiles that might be chasing it. And then the rear one, yeah, so at that point, what did I say, 8, so you get 6 in the front, 4, oh yeah, you said heavy laser in the back, ultra up front. I mean, I guess you could totally ignore the mid, or the rear turret, and then put like a capital beam on the front if you really wanted to, but we're talking about a cruiser. Capital beams are not optimal on cruisers, because they're capital beams. It's kind of in the name. But I can see it being done like if you really only have a single turret or a single target. Yeah, I was going to say, eventually you definitely want to replace pretty much everything with custom weapons, because you have, it's such a specific layout that I don't think, well, it came into the game after most of the weapons that we have, so I don't know. Small batteries. What did I say? I needed 750 power to run these? That's not happening anytime soon. Alright, let's just completely kill that battery and warp reactor, or warp drive. We're almost there, look at that. That's not bad. Now it's going to be a heat issue, I'm going to have to backtrack. No? No, it works. It drains really slow, it's just a smaller amount of battery. And the cooldown and recharge are about the same. So I should be able, theoretically I should be able to hold it down. Oh, okay, one laser dropped out, so then the others are going to overheat. Okay. It does that thing like the Scourge where when you hold it down, like on a charging, they don't all necessarily fire at the same time. Alright, now I feel a little more combat ready. You got any... I need to keep an eye out for that. It's exactly that. That's funny. Because I only have one navigator spot. 105 down to up to 108. Well, I'm not going to be able to see it because I don't have a warp drive installed, but there it is. Alright, let's make sure to save because I don't want to screw up and have to redo all of that. Good mining! Hey, I bet there is. Syndicate, okay. In the rear? Oh my god. Awkward. That's frustrating. Because that's got a lot of, it's got the sweeping, it's got 180 degrees, it's not just the strictly forward hardpoint. I'm sure I'll be back at this station eventually, why not? In fact, we'll use that to cover the cost of the other two stations, and I'll still have another $2,000 after that from it. Jeez. Wait, did they say anything about 3 asteroid fields? Hells yeah. One of the biggest things, benefits that I've noticed about being a miner is because because I'm spending so much time in a small area that I love how much faster the saving is and loading. It's not nearly as bad as it normally would be. Oh yeah, if you're gonna mine with your fleet, start on the other end because otherwise they're just gonna get pissed off and you lose a lot of the efficiency. Like, it's neat when they work together, but the speed that I can obliterate rocks at means that if I'm gonna shoot the rocks they're shooting at, I'm basically wasting their time. So what I'll do is they'll come straight at the little cluster from whatever direction. So what I'll do is scoop around and then work my way up the back side so that I'm not having to go all the way around. Now with these little clusters that doesn't really make any difference, but with the big ones, you don't have to go a full 180 degrees away from them. You just have to be able to cut that other side off of it. So like here's an asteroid field, right? We're going to be coming in from this angle. So what I'm going to do is start mining here, probably about, what, 120 degrees over, about a third of the way around, and then shave off the back. Because it's going to take them just as long to get here as it will here or here, because they're going to go across that. So not the biggest tip I've ever given, I admit, but I still haven't found enough Proxima refineries to want to equip refineries on this thing. I'm sure we'll get there soon. Oh man, what I really need are upgraded collectors. The only upgraded collector I have is a standard, which basically puts it slightly over a base Proxima collector. And on Dreadnoughts, that kind of sucks. The range is terrible. So they're going to hit it right here, right? So I'm going to go about right here. And then I start cutting off. Except these two overlap a lot. So I'm not even going to do that. I'm just going to start over here. And cut a straight line through the middle. And then I'll shave it off. I'll shave its back. Shave a man's back and it'll purr like a walrus. Oh boy, that just doesn't make any sense out of context at all. Good old Family Guy. There's something about Family Guy, like whether you love their humor style or hate it, the way they do references to such weird, obscure things, it means that when you reference the show, the most memorable lines from any reference, there it is, you did it again. Yeah, that one makes sense. That tracks. But of course, still gonna allow for it. Right? If they didn't flag that but had a problem with some other part of it, there would be a conversation there. But I think we all know why that one happened. But no, it highlights it. Well, you saw it. I posted up that other one. That's basically what the auto moderator looks like in Twitch if you don't do anything to it. I may have adjusted some of the settings, but I haven't really gone in to change much more. The thing is, like, the stuff that you always get flagged for, it's not the kind of thing. Like, I'm totally cool with you saying it because you're not being, like, aggressive or crass necessarily towards anyone. You're not trying to be offensive or anything, but, like, if other people came in here slinging around stuff like that, then there's a good chance that it might be, like, you know, not quite the same. So that's kind of why I've left it alone. There's a part of me that wants to make adjustments, but it's just like, no, because if I just completely uncork the bottle and let it all slide, like, there's definitely use cases that I want to to have a little bit of say-so on. Alright, we need to stop them for a minute, because we're going to start losing loot here. Pretty quickly. When you watch, that stuff's going to be gone when I get back. That red crystal won't be there. Oh yeah, a lot of it doesn't make any sense, but like, there's not much I can do about the specifics necessarily. I think I probably could, but it's like probably stupid tedious. So I don't know. I'll get into it eventually. When more people start coming in and it's harder for me to directly watch everything that everyone says, then it will be necessary, and I'll probably at that point, you know, have somebody else. If anybody wants to volunteer to moderate at that point, we can do it, but it's not something I really need to worry about at the moment. But yeah, there's definitely going to come a time where I'll have to go into those settings and actually make some specific adjustments. And frankly, I find it entirely amusing because it's flagged more things that I don't understand than things that I do, which means that I'm learning more offensive things than than it's preventing. Which I think is just fantastic, you know? It's like when you scold a 2-year-old for swearing and they're like, "What's swearing? I don't know what swearing is." And you're like, "Well, that's a bad word." Well, when you get so ridiculous, you know, infants don't understand the concept of why using your mouth to make a specific sound would be any kind of offensive to anyone. Like, they haven't struck you, they haven't hit you, you're not physically injured. They don't understand what hurt feelings are verbally until, you know, they actually think they're, until they get old enough to think that they're smart and somebody calls them stupid and they're like, "Oh, that hurts, I get it now." But for the most part, when you scold a 2-year-old for swearing and you get really mad, they're gonna think you look silly and they're gonna swear more to trigger that silly response. So it's just like, instead of just lifting all moderation so that none of us have to feel childish, I'm letting Twitch treat us like children because it's hilarious. I'm being the 2-year-old to Twitch. Eventually, the channel will mature and we'll have to we'll have to be a little more something. I don't know. Aware. But in the meantime, I'm more than happy to just enjoy how silly it all is. Okay, I picked up all the loot. Let's get him back on mining. I love how Francine's just immediately like, "Thank you, I attacked the rock. There's one right here." Nobody's dragging their feet like, "Oh man, we gotta work again. Damn, that sucks." NPCs, they don't get bored unless they're programmed to. Like Sims. The Sims. Some of the only NPCs that are specifically programmed to get bored, sad, angry. Oh god. Well, yeah, then everything's hilarious. Or at least everything's absurd. I mean, that's pretty much what mini games are for, right? Like, your little cousin keeps bugging you to play a game, and you're just like, "No, I don't want you to fuck up my save," and you're not going to start a new one because it's just going to be boring tutorial shit all day long. So no, we're not doing that. And they're just like, "Come on, let me play it." It's like, okay, hold on. You can fish. You can take my character fishing. We'll do that. Just shut up. That's as close as you're going to get. I'm not going to let you screw the save up. Or when you're young and your parents make you let your little brother or little cousin play on your game and you're just like, "Damn it, I don't have time for this shit." What's something that's simple enough that they can do that'll save me time because it's tedious and I don't want to do it? Fishing. Okay. Oh yeah, you're like, "This is the best part of this game. This is what everyone likes to do." And they don't know anyone, let alone everyone, so they have no idea. You can tell them whatever you want. You could be like, literally, if you get good at this, you'll be like the coolest person in this community. Because they're 3, they're not gonna... Oh god. Oh no, no. There was no rage quitting in my house. I was the middle child. Everybody knew that if anyone rage quit, that they were gonna get their ass handed to them. Yeah, exactly. Like, what's the RMA policy here? If my like, she can play on it when she can put down a deposit. There's gonna be a rental fee in case she fucks it up. Oh man. I'm gonna at least need some collateral here. Like, okay, little sis, you can play on it, but I'm gonna need this, and this out of your toy box, and if you break my system, you don't get any of it back. In fact, you'll have to watch me destroy it. I'm gonna take it out in the front yard, blow it up with firecrackers, and you have to watch, and I'm gonna videotape it, and the next time you want to play one of my video games, the first thing you have to do is watch that videotape of you crying while I burn it and blast your toys into smithereens. That's the only way we're gonna proceed. Otherwise, this conversation's over. Oh, I've only got a couple left. I could get that all the way to the top and then take logistics. I could get 5% armor to boost my repair system, but I don't want to necessarily default to my combat build mentality. Sorry, having a little snack on the side here. Yeah, me and my sister definitely struggled to get along as children, but I mean, then again, the same could be said for my parents, so like, not that I'm blaming them. I got over that a long time ago. I'm sure they thought they were doing the right thing and did the best they could, and we were never abused or anything like that, so like, who's gonna, you know, can't really say anything bad other than just, goddamn, I wish they had gotten along a little bit better. Maybe the rest of us would have gotten along a little better, but you know, wish in one hand, shit in the other, and see which one fills up first, right? Oh god. I'm not gonna say I never blew up any of her toys, but it wasn't not exactly something I did often. Industry. What's industry gonna be? Industry. That's like making stuff, right? Or at least heavier refinery. Refinery. Ooh, wow. That's a nice extra syllable there. Maybe so. But it's not like, it's not a tree, right? Like you would think there would be a business tree and then a separate industry tree that would be like, you know, does anything here boost refineries? Yeah. Nothing really boosts the refineries except that. Yep, business and social. So if it's social, maybe it has something to do with, maybe it's involving stations. Maybe it has to do with like, I don't know, like if you bring enough stuff back to a station, they'll make stuff, and then rather than just straight up selling the raw materials, you get a little bit of extra. I don't know. It could just be contracts that allow you to get more money for large quantities. Oh, what if it's the... No, that can't be it. I don't know. Business and social. Like, I don't know, what kind of gifts do corporate fucks usually get? I know if you work in the oil industry, you end up getting a lot of bottles of vodka that you wouldn't normally be able to buy locally. Maybe it is. Oh, no, you're right. I bet it's crafting. I bet it has something to do with crafting. Oh, no, I mean like, well, like, you know, vendors and stuff like that. Like if you're in purchasing and the company that you're buying from, they send a representative or two to take you out to dinner and drinks and schmooze a little bit, you know. Put a smile on your face before the negotiations start, you know. As they say, if you're gonna, at least buy me dinner first. So they do. Yeah. Oh yeah, if you're high enough up on the corporate ladder of an important enough company, you might get laid. That might just be one of the perks. I don't want that. Like I want to keep it around for some reason, but I'm never gonna use a screamer. Well, at least not the ship. If I use a screamer, I'm gonna name it after my ex-girlfriend. But it'll have to be one of the nicknames. I'll have to remember some of the nicknames because I won't put her real name on there. Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's weird. Like, being a watchdog was such a big deal in America for the longest time. But now that we have really good hidden cameras, the whistleblower thing is really, like, not as big as it used to be, you know? Even the less important ones that nobody cares about. Oh. Huh. I feel like I need to take that. Is that weird? Does that make sense? But it's like, at the same time, it's like people don't really seem to care that much. People don't seem interested in being as directly aware of uh, the kind of things that go on at the top. Because A, our government's so goddamn big now, and sorry, politics, but it is. It's a huge bureaucracy. How do you, my point being, how do you keep track of it all? Like, even if you think it's not overbloated bureaucracy, cool. Not here to argue that. Everybody's entitled to how much they desire government in their lives and all that good stuff. Freedom of choice. But you have to admit, in its current state, it's pretty goddamn hard to follow. Any of it, let alone all of it. And the second you have a watchdog come out, it becomes immediately partisan. And I'm just like, well, that doesn't do me any good because I think both sides are full of shit at the extremes, and both parties are mostly reasonable towards the middle. Like, you don't have to be a 50-50 moderate to... Well, yeah, exactly. Like, exactly. What could you do about it? There's nothing. Because again, it's too big. So it's too big to follow. It's too big to feel like you could have any meaningful impact on. Ugh. It's so silly, and the way television portrays diplomatic immunity just makes people even more apathetic towards crime at the political level. I think. I think it has a contributing factor. I mean, it's not like I've seen any research that makes a direct correlation, but it's like people actually think that it's expected and okay and normal and global and everybody does it, and I'm just like, no, I mean, mostly, yeah, but not everyone. If you have the stomach for watching British parliamentary proceedings, which I admit I rarely do, not something I really can just stand to listen to. It's like, it's hard enough following relevant politics, let alone, not that Britain's not important, just not to me. But it's hard to follow. It's hard to follow sometimes, especially because it's a lot less cool in America. Like, I know Canada, as a country, not as individuals, not as a monolith, but they're a little closer tied to the homeland. For reasons. But yeah, it's not a thing that anybody encourages in American society, really, to pay attention to British parliamentary proceedings or anything in their government whatsoever. We're too busy laughing that they have a queen. Well, even though the queen is a figurehead and so is our president. So it's really not that different. I would argue that the queen has as much, if not more, power than our president, though not in the same avenues. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the real thing. If you want change in a system like the United States, or anything with you know, local representation at the federal top levels, then you have to start locally. All this browbeating of the federal executive branch is absolutely silly, because they're almost pointless. They have a few checks and balances left that still matter, but they don't matter. They just don't. They're a representative. That's it. Like, they're supposed to represent the country when there are matters that need a representative for the country. Oops, wrong station. Congress. Now that's the Senate. The House. That's where it's at. Oh, I need to be checking for gear. Too much politics. I'm losing track of the game. Screw you, politics. We're over it. I'm out. Oh, shit. See? I could have just walked away from that. That would have been a travesty. Nice. Wow. Okay. So if I just do one, ta-da, lighten the ship up a little bit. I'll take it. Yeah. You know, After listening to politicians for too much, which is kind of necessary lately, unfortunately, more necessary than usual, to have to listen to politicians, it almost becomes necessary to go as crassly in the opposite direction, because the more you watch politics, the more bullshit you get into. So it's just like, nope, I need some straight shooters, tell it like it is, people who are gonna drop an F-bomb when it makes sense, and from one extreme to the other. Oh, yeah, yeah. I get that. There are times where I can do that and times where I'm too lazy. But if I'm feeling too lazy to switch back and forth from politics to something else, then I'm probably not really paying attention to the politics anyway. So it's kind of doesn't matter at that point. Yeah, that's the big deal in Parliament, right? It's basically negotiations between the parties, which I suppose you could say about the US as well. Just there's only two parties here, so it's kind of like we're either going to negotiate or talk shit about each other on TV. And, well, I mean, honestly, 9 times out of 10, it's both, right? So that's why I find it all very tedious. That's... See, and Canadian government, I have to be honest, I know basically nothing about. You know, like, I can't even be surprised that Justin Trudeau is still in the Prime Minister, because I don't know how any of it fucking works. I don't know what his actual power level is. Or what it would take after the fact to get him out. Is it more polite, though? Like, is it what you would expect from, like, stereotypical Canada? Like, everything's a little more laid back and polite, but when people do start talking shit, it's a little more clever. much more clever than anything you'd get out of American Congress. American Congress is just like, I think they're swearing on the floor now, just like outright calling people full of shit. I don't know. I know Rand Paul looks like he's always on the verge of dropping an F-bomb, and I'm just waiting for the day. I'm waiting for that door to open one day. I mean, you know, I used to think the fact that anyone in England cared about the Queen, I used to think that was so dumb. And to this day, I still feel like I'm kind of rationalizing to defend it. But, like, you know, I mean, if you had to count on one hand the top 5, you know, if you had to put together a list of the top 5 countries that really, really, really give a crap about history, particularly their own, I feel like Britain's going to make that list pretty easily. So like I get it in the sense of history, but honestly, I don't feel like imperialism is something to be celebrated, and that was kind of the epitome. Like, didn't the people really start like wanting something more than a monarchy, basically because the British Empire was starting to kind of fail a little bit? It was kind of going down in flames, kind of bit. Like, I know it wasn't an overnight thing. I guess I'm sure. I don't want to say that one of the keys to staying in power is confidence, but it is, you know. So like I can kind of understand that after America was just like, nope, fuck off, and actually got away with it, which, you know, hooray! I'm sure that uh, the monarchy kind of knew that their time was coming to an end, that they were either going to make peace with America and accept that imperialism had kind of run its course, and that, you know, new things were coming down the road, or they were going to have to pretty much commit to an all-out war. And if they did that, they risked immediate rebellion from a lot of their colonies, right? Like, if we're talking about like at, you know, the year after that war ended, in that time, I'm sure there were a lot of people that are like, we should really, like, you know, regroup and try again to retake that land. That there were a lot of people out there going, you know, if we get a little too carried away with this, there's a chance that other colonies around the world are gonna rebel too, and we'll be the only ones on a divided front because they're not gonna care about each other unless they need like assistance. But like they were probably just like, if we play it cool here, maybe everybody will kind of cool off and we can keep the rest of what we have. And the United States didn't do a lot to to try to help with any of the other colonies that were going through the same thing we did. So, because we just fought a war, you know, I'm not saying we should have. Like, oh yeah, let's send the rest of our boats to India now. Nah, that probably wouldn't have helped much. I don't think that was going to be winnable. Although England probably didn't either. They didn't think that would be winnable either. I don't think anybody wanted it to keep going on. Oh yeah, I mean, well, yeah, there was definitely plenty of greed. Some would some would look back on the American Revolution and say it was mostly spurred by greed. Like, you know, oh, things weren't really that bad under the British monarchy. They just got greedy and wanted more because they thought they could get away with it. I disagree. That, again, I'm not saying we shouldn't have done what we did, but, you know, hindsight's 2020. There was always room for improvement, but you got to admit we were pretty open to the founding fathers of America were pretty open about the fact that the financial burden was kind of the crux of the issue. That they were totally cool until the laws got too strict and the taxes got too high, because apparently taxes were pretty willy-nilly back then. You know, if the crown decided it wanted to tax something, there wasn't a lot of consideration for how sustainable the tax was. They didn't mind taxing people into poverty because, well, there was a monarchy. They're totally cool with peasants. Basically, the rule of thought was, if you're not a peasant and I don't care about you personally, then I'm going to do whatever it takes to make you a peasant by taking all your money and all your opportunities. Institutionalized peasantry. So yeah, the motivation may have been somewhat financial in nature, but was definitely an oversimplification to say, oh well, they just wanted everything. They wanted to have their cake and eat it too. So I'm not saying it was okay for them to suddenly turn around and then try to become the imperialists after getting away from the empire. Obviously, that's not cool. But from a social study, a historical social study standpoint, it's like, yeah, that tracks. I mean, you know, just like what we do now, we justify it by saying, well, we're just trying to bring them freedom and independence. And then we're all reminded of Bender. We will teach them of our peaceful ways by force. Oh, you guys attacked that guy. It won't let me lock on him. Ah, I didn't get there in time. What the hell? Come on, get him. You can do it. I'm pushing T, but it's not doing anything. Nope. Nope. So for some reason he's not registering as a... Is it because he's aggroing my fleet guy instead of me? Just ceremonial. It was... It almost felt like a slight against the United States because we were so vulgar against the Queen, like so many of the drinking songs that they don't teach you in school from back then are rather vulgar towards the Queen in one form or another, or just the Empire or the whole thing. And so it was almost like a way of saying, look, we want our independence, but just be glad we're not being America right now, and putting the picture of the Queen in the bottom of every outhouse. Well, that's true too. There's no inherent love for the Queen in England. It's just not everybody cares. Well, that asteroid field's gonna be there for a while. I can't decide. Pretty much. I feel like that's the main draw, is just the same thing as reality TV. It's the surrogate effect, living vicariously through them. Because, like, if you don't have a Queen of England or a monarchy in general, then how do you envision what it would legitimately look like to live that lifestyle in the modern world? You know, we have all the historical shows about all the old last 200 years of the royal family and what that's been like. But you're right, it's like reality TV. People get to live vicariously through the monarch and see what that lifestyle's like without having to speculate. Like, it makes it feel real so that your imagination can do more with it. That's interesting. I never really thought about it that way. Oh, of course, the drama. I mean, it's like especially nowadays, the Jerry Springer level drama just baffles boggles the mind. I'm sure a lot of people indulge in the royal family just to watch, just for that, like, hey, if their life can get fucked up and gross, then I shouldn't feel bad when mine does, because apparently it can happen to anyone. It's humanizing. It's humanizing of people that you would otherwise envy. Secretly, because they're not, not everybody that with that kind of wealth and power is open about their lifestyle. But monarchs you can count on, they have to make appearances. It's like, what basically the reality TV formula is, how can we completely dehumanize somebody in half an hour's time and then rehumanize them by the end of the show, so that people will be able to enjoy the schadenfreude of watching them fail. But then, when they have their turning point moment where they stop acting like a total asshole and feel bad for what they do, then we can also enjoy that and appreciate their turning, their pivot. We could be happy for them after shitting on them relentlessly. Oh, the hats, god damn it. The fucking hats. Okay, now I remember why I hate the British monarchy so much. When you step back and look at it as a whole, it makes sense. But then, like, the day-to-day stuff, if you weren't born and raised in the atmosphere around that kind of thing, it just looks fucking stupid. Like, okay, humanize, blah blah blah, history, blah blah blah, but who the fuck cares what hat she's wearing? Why is the royal hat a fixture? Yeah, you make as much money as paparazzi that's favored by the crown as you would, producing a world-class television show. Although, I imagine there's like 3 people that actually fit into that category. Ah, shit, I'm doing it backwards. Put it back. All of it. Good enough. What is that, $900? Ha! Pittance. Damn it, I'm gonna do it. I've never taken that one before. That is my first time. Ever. Sindika, welcome. How's it going? You'll forgive me, but Twitch doesn't... There's no way to distinguish between... There's so many bots now, I don't know who's who. Yeah, it's just something for people to talk about. I feel like it's just water cooler fodder. Which just makes life sound dull. I would so much rather do something with my time than talk about the Queen's hats, even though it's kind of what I've been doing for the last half hour. Nah, like 20 minutes. but definitely not going to commit to following the day-to-day for sure. Man. I'm level 45. Oh, this station's only... oh, yeah, it's a low level. Where is your farm? Oh, shit. Oh, hey. I need to find some more ion reactors now for damn sure. Ooh. This looks fun. Alright, so we're gonna go swoop around back to that station. You're still the only character in the game I haven't found yet. And I'm still horribly preoccupied by this mystery ship he's talking about. It's killing me. I wanna know. I get the feeling it's going to be something special, right? Because when's the last time he told us about something like that, but was this vague? You know? Like, it literally says new ship, colon, question mark, question mark, question mark. Like, I feel like he's intentionally being vague to get people to... because we love speculating. So I feel like it's going to be a surprise, like something really weird or unexpected or... I don't know. I remember from the Patreon, there's the 10-head thing, but that's... I don't know if that's supposed to be a ship or a base, and I don't want to talk about it too much outside of Patreon, because otherwise what's the point? But I don't think it's... that's a station, right? Yeah, okay, yeah. That's what I thought. Ooh. Fancy. Okay. But it's got to be something like... I think it's got to be something special because he's not giving us any kind of hints. He specifically told us about it and then put 3 question marks in. Like... if he was just adding a new ship, he would just say adding a new ship. But the fact that he went out of his way to then put 3 question marks makes it seem like he thinks it's going to be something that's going to get a lot of attention, I think. That people are going to want to know about the moment it drops. I think people are going to want to know about it. So, and that's pretty much as I've dared to speculate. Because, I mean, that's pretty good speculation, honestly. I think that's going far enough. That once it does drop, it's going to be something that people are going to want to know about. Like, if you find out, oh yeah, this thing was in the game for like the last month, they're going to be like, oh shit. They're going to be disappointed. They could have had it the whole time. Well, that's what I'm doing. That's why I'm talking about it, because I'm hyped about it, so... although, clearly I'm... my hype should be taken with a grain of salt because I fucking love playing this game, like, to no end. So I don't expect other people to get quite as excited about new content as I do, but if you like the game at all, I feel like this is going to be something you'll be glad to know about the second there's details and the second that it actually gets into the game. I think that's going to be pretty much almost everyone. just based on 3 question marks. That's all I had to go on. But not just that it's 3 question marks, that's all we have. It's not like, oh, it's a dreadnought with a spinal mount, and I'm not going to tell you anything else about it. There's literally nothing other than that it's a ship. That's all we know. I'm like, okay, this is very calculated, I think, or very specifically something he wants people to notice. So I'm noticing. I'm encouraging others to notice it. Oh yeah, I got those Ardonian huge batteries. Fuck yeah! That's exciting! Yes, thank you. 1824. Okay. I don't really need that. I'm not hunting rebels anymore. I'm not looking for rebels anymore. So I don't need logistics. I only have pirates as enemies, so probing's not going to help. I feel like... I mean, I have the engineering for advanced cooling, but not the combat for that or beam efficiency, so that's off the table. That could get fun, but yeah, it's not gonna get me any oranges, or not enough to be worth it, I think. That wouldn't be so bad since I'm not Ravager hunting, but I don't have the points for it. I think Born Leader is the direction. Alright. Yeah, I went with Born Leader. It just makes sense. It makes my cargo bay bigger. I'll have 450 by the time I have, or close to 500 maybe by the time I have 4 orange supervisors. Although admittedly I've been slacking on crew again. My engineering's at 113. That's pretty good, but they don't have good... He's not a good engineer. 12... I think that's about par. I want that range. Yeah, I think Born Leader just makes sense at this point. But I really need to get... And I guess it's not a mystery to anyone that it's still pretty easy to... I'm going to talk to him about it, about exploiting for unique NPCs, because I know he... Initially, the system was in place to prevent it, but then it was kind of like the problem was that you might never get that NPC. But there's definitely an exploit to unlocking or getting the crew that you want. And the only hint that I'll give about it is that it's best to do it early in the game. Won't say anything more than that, really. But I'm gonna talk to him one-to-one on about that, because I have a feeling he doesn't want anyone to ever be able to do that, and there's just not a way to do it right now, or he hasn't finished doing it. Like, he's gonna, either it's not a priority or it's just a work in progress. But I feel like he doesn't, if there's anything that should be inexploitable, I guess it's not much worse than anything else, though. I mean, the crafting system exploits were pretty funny. Those are pretty good. But they definitely needed to get patched before a final product was made. People keep talking about how to make the money the fastest. And I'm like, somebody will say, oh yeah, trading's, the easiest way to make crap tons of money. And I'm just like, oh, hey, what's up, fool, for fun? Yeah, some of them were hilarious. Wait, can you not do that anymore? Oh! No heavy mount point defense. Interesting. Is it just because they're kind of the opposite? So it's kind of like, what's the point? Oh, there was just a way to trick it. Charging point defense. Charging point defense would actually be good in very special use cases versus Ravagers that have either one large missile or a heavy stack where they overlap, and you can just blast them all at once. But I honestly don't think that they will make a good daily driver. Oh yeah, that's something I wanted to look up. Scanners. Why is wait, what? In the Google Doc, the Thorium warp drive has a Syndicate label? What the heck's a Thorium warp drive? I don't think I remember that one. Do I know what that is? Yeah, I feel like the use case is too specific to really want to do anything with it. Thorium scanner versus Syndicate. Uses more energy. Better range until orange. Oh no, better range until blue. Okay. So green versus green, the Thorium has a higher scan range. Am I looking at the right thing here? Yeah. But the Syndicate scanner always has better sensor power. It's just, I guess a quick charge cycle, like a 1 or 2 points, would be good. But you would have to have really high accuracy. Like if you assign that to a gunner, your accuracy would have the gunner's accuracy would have to be pretty high, right? I feel like if it wasn't, they would just never hit anything. Do I want to explore this system? Are we talking about no minefields? Minefields. I keep saying minefield. There's one. You only get one. mean, as long as the range is good enough that by the time they actually get a good angle and start charging, that there'll still be time for them to actually shoot it. So I guess basically scale the charge time with the gunner accuracy, which just means you'll be rebuilding it all the time. That sounds tedious, but maybe it's not. Heyo. Oh, really? Wow, I just picked one of those up. Well, and that's the thing that saves you is the slow rate of fire on missiles. Nice. So 110.9, 1103. A little bit less charging, a little bit more shielding, just as you would expect. But more worth upgrades later on. Oh wow, they all got dropped. Oh, did you see the drones going towards that ship? Because the drone bay activated before it actually warped in, so they were in the wrong place. It moved too fast and they couldn't lock on. Even though it's repair drones and they're supposed to already lock on. It basically had activated the drones before the ship technically existed. And when the ship did exist, it was too far, it was farther away from the drones. So they had to catch up to it. I think that's one of the things, if there's anything he can do about that, where the ship doesn't exist in any way until it's completely in the system, instead of this, like, stages of existence, I think that'll help a lot. I think that'll avoid a lot of people complaining, basically, which I don't know if that's a good enough reason to prioritize it, but I feel like closer to launch, people are going to complain about stuff like that a lot. But I feel like we're also going to get a surprisingly heavy amount of content closer to launch as well. I think people are going to be surprised by how much gets added kind of at the last minute, just because it's going to be based around all the stuff that we've been testing already, so it won't need as much testing. I'm pretty excited. Now, I haven't asked him about his timeline since, I think it was a few months ago. He said that he wanted to have it out around Easter, which I took to mean very generically saying April, even though technically, but I haven't bothered to ask what that timeline looks like today, because I don't want to, I mean, I don't really care. He can take as long as he wants if he's going to keep working on it. Although I'm sure I'm in a very small minority on that mindset. Oh, I was ready for that to be the station. I didn't actually... I forgot this is high level. It's a battle station. They have the colony and then they have the military docks. Wow, could you sell... Oh! Too bad. It's okay, I'll go to war with them eventually. Just for like a minute, not, you know, not massively. Man, I really want one of those. You have any idea how good that is for mining? Yeah, there's a part of me that's like, you know, you could probably tack on another month or two just by making a variation of the Titan that has a spinal mount on it. And people will be like, okay, okay, now we've got ship variations, just because it would give an idea of a bit of the scope of the game, if that's something he's going to do with the Titan. But, you know, something like that. I think, in other words, once we have battle dreads, I think people will be a lot more patient. But the problem isn't really the patience of people that are playing now. The problem is the amount of people that don't buy early access because it's such a taboo now. So, and I don't want to say, you know, just launch the game as it is and then do updates later. You know, like, just make sure it's bug tested and launch the content that you have now. Don't want to say that, but at the same time, like, some middle ground from perfectionism and that. You know, I fell in love with an early access game once. Broke my heart. Swore I'd never do it again, but then my friend told me about this game and I was just like, God damn it. I mean, I don't remember the first time I played this game, but I remember that I immediately loved it. Like, there was no question in my mind that this was a game that I wanted to play. And I've never gone back to download older versions of it. I do with the other early access game. I only play the final early access build because they ruined it when they launched the game by changing too much. They made the game ugly and boring and didn't add anything to it. But I haven't done that with Star Valor. Nice. The Jettison was that far away. Wow. Interesting. Nice. So I think that's part of the adjustment he made to loot falling on stations. I think he made it so that it pushes off of ships as well. Have you gotten to see that yet? When loot drops on a station now, it pushes away. Nice. Now I can't pick that ship up, but it's a Hercules. I was just gonna see what it was, just in case I wanted it. I would come back for it, but now I know I don't need to come back. Oh, well, that's a no-brainer. Batteries are gold right now. Ooh, a heavy laser beam. Shut the mess on. Yeah, if it was a Phantom or probably even a Reaper, I might go back for it. So we warp and then immediately look for the 431. There it is. No claim in the sector. Uh-oh. A lot of asteroid fields, though. Make sure they're set to attack mode. Alright, what do we got here? Ooh. Oh, poor guy gave up so early. Hey, look at that. They won't buy any of it, but I can at least stash it here until we're done. Oh right, don't sell it yet. If they do buy any of it, I want to get the best price. We're getting there. I've almost got another million, so I'm going to be getting that Dreadnought tonight for sure. I just need to focus on making money as quickly as possible. And that. You're still shooting Francine? Oh, you're dumb. Not very smart, my friend. Still mining along the way. I wasn't trying to kill him, Your Honor. I was just shooting at rocks and he kept getting in the way. Well, if I'm swinging that close, I might as well drop off what I got. What, getting attacked while you're mining? I don't know if I could handle mining without the constant attacks. I wouldn't have the patience. That's the funny thing I had to explain to my friend. He's like, why do you call your channel Sleepy? Isn't that kind of off-putting? And I'm like, well, no. The idea is to get sleepy from playing video games for a few hours. To wind down. But yeah, sometimes you just accidentally tear through a... it's like you don't even really see the ship in the cluster of all the loot, but then it explodes and you're like, oh, okay. I guess that was there. Noted. Yeah, I told my friend, I was like, I do this to wind down, so if people are off-put by the name of the channel, then that means they didn't bother to really watch it and they made a prejudgment, and I can't say that I honestly care about their opinion. I'm here for the game. I'm here for people that want the game. That's what I'm doing. Bug testing. I'd love to make money. If I had some extra cash, I would get a stream deck and a better camera and some stuff like that. Actually, I used to use a different online handle for everything. The name actually came about because I started streaming, but I did start using it for pretty much everything. Yeah, exactly. Or what does the name matter when there's literally a million channels of a woman sitting there in her underwear saying the dumbest things you've ever heard, or a guy in his garage saying the dumbest things you've ever heard in your life? Why am I gonna get worked up about the name? Like, the name suits my goal, you know? I feel like that's really all it needs to do. Anything after that is probably just pretense. Like, and I don't have like this lofty goal of having the coolest looking Twitch channel in the world, right? But I'd love to have some extra tools. Like, if I had a stream deck and a capture card, my life would be easier. And with the stream deck, I would basically use it to control the music so that I could change tracks more easily without having to click away from the game. And it would allow me to macro playlists from my music channel, my music source, so that if I wanted a specific group of songs, like different moods, like, oh, I'm mining, oh, I'm in combat, oh, I'm sitting in a station, I'm going to be here for an hour crafting, trying to figure out what to do, and you want a specific kind of mood or music or a specific song, then I can just dial it in really fast. You know, just click a couple of buttons. It's not even this, it's like boop boop, because it's macro. And a capture card to go in the other computers so that I would have fewer crashes, a smoother stream, higher frame rate, better perform, blah blah blah, the whole bit. Just little things that would improve it, but for the most part I'm just like, nah, for now just buy the game. Don't worry about me, just buy the game. I'll work my shit out. Oh, whoops. I'm fucking up, bud. There's more loot up here that I need to get before it times out. I would love the performance option for loot not to time out, because that's only a matter of performance, right? Just like with old video games, it was just a way to free up memory so that you couldn't crash the game by having too much crap on the screen at once. So I don't really need that. I don't think most people need that. I'm sure he did it just for stability, just as a preemptive strike in the name of stability, but I don't want that. Now, maybe when I start mining asteroid rushes, you know, I'll want like a cap, but still, like, I think it should be a number. I think it should be a quantity cap, not a time cap. I think that would be better suited to me personally, anyway. Because, you know, when you're fighting those big fleets, sometimes you don't have time to swing back around. Even with a warp, or even with a cloaking device, you might find that there's just too much shit in the way. The enemy fleet's at far more risk of crashing the system than any amount of loot. So, but again, that's just me. I don't know if how universal that sentiment would be. Oh, Scarlet was down here mining and then she warped out because of this douchebag. You're mostly using Vulcan, so I don't really need my shield all the way up. Nice! That's my third one of those. I don't need 3, but I have been talking about getting another ship, another dreadnought going, so I guess it'll just depend on what comes first. I'll wait until I actually need to scrap it for some reason. Yeah. Plus, you know, like a good navigator is going to be like, hey, an orange thing just went by. Don't forget about that. Or maybe it shows up different on the radar so you can see it clearly. And try to plan around snagging it. Yeah, it's one of those big boat problems for the most part. Like, unless you have OCD where you absolutely cannot pick up loot until you've completely scanned the system. Well, yeah, that's half the fun. But having death prevent you from getting an orange because you took a chance to get it is, to me, a lot more preferable than just watching it vanish when you're right about to pick it up. Or knowing it's there and then looking for it and then realizing that it's gone and you didn't even notice. You invested time in hunting it down and it is no more. It has ceased to be. I swear that was moving. Now it's not. Okay. Which means it never was. Oh, the scale of words and placement is different. That's funny. There we go. Yeah, I just can't find any that are upgraded, and I really don't want to put a relic on them. My only upgraded collector is a standard type. It's blue, which makes it as good as a base PMC, but for half the power. Oh, they're 1 point, either way. But yeah, power equals space eventually. That's true. You mean just having one at all, or the extra power that it consumes? Because if you're in a fast, nimble ship that can accelerate and turn and spin quickly, then you probably don't need a collector. Plus, you're zoomed in closer. You can read stuff better, so you can be a little more choosy. Why did I highlight that? Oh, right, because that's the one I was going to go back through later. Because I'll just warp there. There's a mining station there to warp to. Alright, it should be safe to put them back on mining now. Oh, they already are. Good. Oops. Big fat butt. I'm gonna make a special VIP badge just for people that trigger the, Nah, because then people will just look it up. I'm just gonna give Nova a badge for for tricking the moderator system so much. Oh shit, there's a whole pile down here. I bet there was a lot more before. Wow. 155 worth of crap. That's a lot of shit, Johnny. $395. Every time I boost that, my cargo space goes up a tiny bit. And I don't have the best supervisors in the world. So... see how long that guy got to take shitty little pot shots at me because I was trying to pick a song? That wasn't even picking a song, I just started the playlist over. Oh, my bad, I'm doxing people. I don't think Nova cares though. Now he's gotta change his name. Come up with something new. People are figuring it out. Nice. What are you saying? He's nothing but a rock to you, man? We got a lot of stray little fields in this sector, and I don't feel like pushing them around in this thing. One of the benefits of the donkey was being able to compress the asteroid clusters for the fleet. But this thing's so damn slow, I just don't have the patience for it. God, am I complaining about having a dreadnought now? What's happened to me? It was one thing when I was okay not having one. That was weird enough, but now I'm actually complaining about it. Yeah, Nova's not done yet. Nova's going to be very, very different. Oh, you should have saved him. Should have left him at a station. It's going to change. Well, I don't know if it'll be retroactive, though. But it's going to be one of those definitely not for everyone, or at least definitely not for every playthrough, I guess would be the right way to phrase it. Exactly, it's a specialty. Yeah, I like this one. The reputation change. It keeps things interesting. And pilot and engineer skills is basically meant to be something like a Tom Paris type. Boy, I wish I could tell them to stay together. can't wait for that. Well, plus with social, you can get reputation gains going pretty hardcore too, so adding another 40% on top of that, you can really get in over your head. I feel like that could, in the right situation, that could be really useful. In the wrong situation, it could be like the worst thing ever. Oh, for the weapon buff? God, what was his buffs? I can't remember now. You want to talk to them? You talk to me first. Glad to know. Alright, we're all together again. So let's get them started on this field. And then I'll scoot up along the edge of the field. Yeah. I love all the weapons people come up with, man. There's some crazy shit out there. And apparently part of the crafting update is going to be more options in weaponry too, is that right? I feel like he said that at one point, but I'm not 100% certain. Now that I think back on it. Like, normally when I follow the development of a game, I try not to read every little tidbit of what's coming up, but I've invested too much into this one not to now. So the only surprises I'm going to get are along the way, and the only surprises at launch are going to be stuff that he's kept secret in general. I'm not hiding myself. Yeah. That's not hard to do, though. It's such a open platform compared to some weapon crafting in some games. It feels a lot more open and free. As far as how many options you get. Yeah, like, I don't know if we're gonna get new core types other than, you know, cores that match weapons that are already in the game. Like Vang-E stuff or I don't know, maybe there's like a bunch of new weapons he's gonna add as well. Okay. So look into Silcore. Well, and he said he's going to do space shotguns too, so I imagine that there's going to be. So we get to choose a core. So I'm assuming next that if there's an expansion from that, it'll be choosing a barrel. So it'll be like, continuous or pew pew or, shotgun spray or field effect, AoE effect without a non-explosive AoE effect of some kind, like that just radiates from the ship. Huh. Asteroid launcher. Somebody's read The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. Maybe not, but that's kind of a big deal in that book. Oh, nice. Love that book. Good God, yes. Heinlein is God of sci-fi. I read Stranger in a Strange Land a few years ago, but it was the version, it was the manuscript version that his wife came forward with like a lot more recently than the book being published originally. And so it's like super unabridged, and there are some really unpolished parts, but you don't care because it's new content. I don't know him. Interesting. No. Damn it, nobody's got anything really good. Alright, this system's clear. Did I just... Oh my god. Wrong station. Wow. That's really weird and gross. Oh yeah, that's fine. In the future, I'll have it hold links for approval, but for now, it's easy enough to. It's like I was telling Nova earlier about moderating what people say. I'm totally cool with just flagging things for approval rather than just having a hard decline, because there's not enough people. It's super easy to just go over and be like, oh. But you guys are all over the Discord. I don't think you're going to put anything weird or malicious out, so I'm not that worried about it. Although that would be the perfect cover. What, Wikipedia? I got nothing against them. Suit yourself, I'm easy. I'm out of tea. Might have to go top off the French press in a minute. Red? What? The pirate hideouts are red, but not the graveyards. Oh, I don't know. I guess because I'm not level 50 yet? I don't know. That's weird. I don't really think about that very much. Oh, this is a very new save, yeah. I started this like a week ago. Yeah, I think it's your tech level. Crazy low. 21. I'm in the category of being lucky I know how my ship works at all. Should I just go ahead and perp that? Yeah, it's my only ion reactor. It's gonna get perped eventually anyway. Hells yeah. Oh, what am I doing? I'm all excited with all the extra juice. Like, I just got 60 extra power. I'm gonna go do something with it. Oh wait, I'm supposed to be doing this. You know what? Do you want the ore? Do you want the iron? Do you want any of the... Oh, come on, bud. Killing me. Flying to the station across the way is not going to be any faster than flying to the... than warping here. Like, it might save me about 10 seconds because of the turning, but that's about it. There's no way that the fleet's going to defeat it, but at least if they fight back, then it'll do some damage so that when I show up, it'll die faster and have less of a chance of forcing a warp out. But now we're losing the other two. Getting swarmed over here. Warp drive's close enough to recharge, so I just have to make sure nobody gets destroyed. Oh look, you actually like fuck that guy up a little bit, huh? Good job, Francine. See, that's why it's nice to have the donkey, so there's somebody that's not quite as easily pushed around. Even if she technically does about the same amount of damage, if not way less. Way less. Pooped out 2 aluminum. What is that slightly larger dot down there? Is that a shuttle or is it just... It is. Sometimes it's hard to tell, especially with the grid. It could be just like an optical illusion. Because you get the waves of color changing. Really? Mining station doesn't want gold. Like, what do you Luddites? You don't have any electronics? What do you use for conductive wire? You got something better than gold that nobody knows about? That's like the one thing they should take for sure. Well, yeah, maybe so. Or maybe it's a pure induction system. They just have a generator that radiates the energy, and whatever needs to make use of it just has a coil or a collector of some kind, or a graphene mesh that... Who knows? But there's more crap to buy and sell. Only now I have to figure out what to do with all that gold. I mean, it's 60 grand. It's definitely coming with me to get sold. What is that song? It's gonna drive me crazy. Wow. Would love to send one of my fleet ships to do this while I go scout the next location. Okay, so I'm not going to do this again. I'm not going to go mining in a system that doesn't have a mining station. Because this... I mean, luckily... No, not even that. It's still... meh. Why did I bring that? It's just a waste of space. Okay. We're gonna have 1.3 million by the end of this. It's gonna be good. Once I have that dreadnought, it'll be worth all this gruelingness. Whoops. I hit the Windows key, I'm sorry. I mean, that's just... I'm not... No. No. 30, 20, 30, 10. Last trip. The rest of that's staying here. In fact, let's do that. So there'll be some... No? Yeah? Okay. No more. At first I was like, no, it's worth it. I'm getting close to having enough, but it's not. It's really a waste of time to be flying ore from one system to another. This is what I need refineries for, but I can't find any. Yay! I just have this one. Tis a damn shame. Oh shit. That sounds exciting. Don't fly in front of me, damn it. I'm trying to save you. Oh, you actually might have won that. Still, you made it difficult for me to rescue you. Alright. At least give me two, goddamn. I mean, I guess that Is that gonna make 3 grand? I mean, it's not like you shows each ore percentage. Well, I do want that, I guess. Oh shit. Alright. So now I don't have to worry about ore anymore. Rich! That one was very rich. I disagree. There's just trash everywhere. They're still set to attack. I should have repaired at the station. Okay, if there's no station here, I'm gonna be super picky and just load up on gold, silver, and platinum. And leave pretty much everything else behind. Oh, cool, there's a rebel system. Rebel station. See, I don't mind going back and forth now because I've got the refineries. I'll crush the ore up, no big deal. We'll take care of it. Did I not equip both of them? It doesn't say only one. You didn't change that. And it can stay on the one slot because I took away the... I got rid of my... This asshole over here. Alright. Oh, they're 4. I thought they were 3. Holy crap. That explains a lot. Sure. Oh. Alright, first things first. They're all in attack mode. Damn, Madison, you almost waited too long. Just spent about 1,000 repairs. And drones. Whoops. Nah, it's fine. You're all mine. Yeah, you should have jumped on that a little sooner. A little embarrassed that my guys couldn't handle that. But they did kind of fly in one at a time. Dude, that's exactly the right way to do it, in my opinion. I don't want to say there's a wrong way, but yeah, you go into an asteroid rush. Taking refineries with you is absolutely helpful. I mean, the few times in this save that I've gone into them, I went in without the refineries because all I had were the basic low-level ones, and I could just destroy ore and wait for more platinum and it would technically be faster. But once you have a few with decent geology range, that's really the kicker for me, is the geology range. But speed helps too. I mean, don't get me wrong. The 75 refining speed. I don't understand what's 75% because what's 100%? I guess maybe it's an orange PMC. I don't know. Let's look. That's under a kitchen sink, right? Collectors, refineries. Yeah, I don't get the percentage. Like, what is that a percentage of? Because there's nothing that's an even 100% to be a base for that. Because according to the doc, if you have... Oh, wow, Ardonians are never fast. Wow. The basic is the fastest until you get a PMC. When it comes to orange. Is that all correct, really? That's crazy. And unexpected. Alright guys, let's get some rocks going. Oh. Power mining. Still pretty slow. Yeah, 6 is probably a good number for those. Although we'll have to wait and see based on how fast I actually get the mining done. Because I'm mostly going to be running errands. Like, I'll start hitting rocks early in when we first land in a system for it, but then eventually it's mostly just running back and forth. And trying to avoid the Ravager. I'm not doubting the thoroughness of the sheet. I'm just surprised. Sometimes the numbers surprise me a little bit. Damn it, what are you doing over there? Hey, 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 whoa. Why'd you get that close to him? I was not that far over there. I know you're set to 120, but what are you doing? Did you really just mine a rock on the Ravager? Jackass. Now I gotta deal with Guardians that might actually kill you guys. Or me even. Oh, jeez. Shit. Oh, I'm so lucky that thing didn't one-shot me. Like, that could have gone... Oh, it's still going terribly wrong. Woo! Well, that just wasted a bunch of stuff. Fine, let's mine here for a second, I guess. Two rebel battle stations that close together. Must be my lucky day if I were a rebel, but I'm not. deal. 1.3 million. I'm still used to having to do that to get the tooltip to show back up. Horses have it now. Can't stop it. Samarium, bismuth, samarium. That's right, I'm stealing all your rocks. Even though I said it wastes time. Go. What's our ore count? That's stacking up pretty heavy still. So definitely going to want a couple more. But the real test is how much you have left when you get back to, by the time you get to the station. Because you just keep picking up more and more as it clears out. There we go. Beautiful. Oops. This might do the trick. After I clear out this and the other asteroid field over there, I think we'll just about have enough for another dreadnought. Of course, I'm a little light on gear for it, but I think I have enough to actually make one functional. This is going to be great. I'm going to drag a dreadnought out into an asteroid rush and just let it go to town. In fact, I'll probably give it my mining lasers and then just make something new for myself. Oh no, because I want it to have a full spread. I want it to have all of its turrets as well. So it's going to get some custom work. I was going to use the weapons from the Scourges because it gets a range boost, but I have a feeling those are still going to be too short range, and I'm going to have to figure out, I'm going to have to make some 3-point heavy mounts just to get a range boost going, just so it can be functional. I don't know, it's hard to decide that ahead of time. Alright, 395 cargo space. 399. Oh yeah. Now we're rolling in it. Yeah, fleet mining kicks ass, but this helps a lot. Born Leader helps a lot because it gives you a speed boost, a generator boost, and cargo space boost, which all help when you're running metals back and forth. How many? 37 silver. Okay, this isn't as lucrative as I was hoping it would be, but I'm not upset. And then there's also stray gold just kind of hanging out, so it's not so bad. And if I fly around and collect some of the stray stuff and that, it'll give me time to process more of this ore. What's that? Obtain lithium, cobalt, lots and lots of nickels, some copper. That's like that's like 1,000 or so dollars worth, I think. Just in this little frame here. It seems like it's working out pretty well. If it was only spitting out nickel, it wouldn't be worth it. But oh, my cargo's only half full. Excellent. Good. Good. Right, it's only doing 2 at a time, so I can't just sit here and wait. No problem. Whoops, I did it again. Alright. Don't do it, Francine. Thank you. I gave you the longest possible leash. It just makes you ramming into me really, really odd. But I know you can't help it yet. Alright. No more ore running. And no more iron running. If they won't buy the iron here, then screw it. Oh, they do. Cool. Alright, let's look at our total stash here real quick, except, we need the ore to keep running. Okay. 1.4 million, basically. Just gonna run one or two loads of the cheap stuff and then take the good stuff with me. Because I've already sold a lot at this station, so the prices are starting to go to crap. Oh wow, I just got a samarium. That's pretty good. Right, what's the actual... 33% means no, I shouldn't be able to get samarium. Wait. $33. That's 34. Is that what this... Does this +1 add to that? Or is that from... this? But wouldn't it show that? Does it not show it on here? I just have to know that it's happening. Right, but the geology range? So that means I can get up to 44, which, well, that only includes samarium, indium. I need to get up to 48 for iridium. So that one's 33. So it's probably just adding 10% to that for 44, which explains why it's giving me samarium. We'll have to see if I ever get a platinum out of it, I guess. That'll be the tell. And now I'm just going to sell the rest of that so I don't have to keep carrying it. Yeah, because if you have a refinery and you have like less geology than the refinery, don't you not get it the bonus as much? Like you're limited to that? Wow. Got it all. Okay. Okay, so the refinery may still exceed your geology range. Nice. Cool. Damn it, nobody ever wants lithium. Oh, I didn't check to see if there was another station. Full-blown field over there. Ooh, escape pod. And it's a Nova fragment. Damn. Gotta be optimistic. Even if it means constant disappointment, apparently. Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there is no ore. Only an and. Alright, excellent. Oh, boo. Damn it. Okay. Redeemed. Yay. 2 more. Oh. Derp. Whoops. There. 16 collectors and 4 refineries. Let's see what we can do with that. I love when you equip a new one of something that it automatically adopts the state of its peers. That's... Whew. Oh, why is that on? Ah, it split them up. I feel like I should upgrade one PMC to purple. Like, maybe that's worth the relics. Just to have that one, just in case. But then, like, you'll want another one just in case, and another one just in case. Otherwise, you're going to be changing your whole flight style just for one. It sounds nice, but I'm trying to think of when I would want just that one. See, again, that's me thinking about combat and not mining, I think. Maybe. Gotta be careful, I keep zeroing my energy. Because I took that huge battery off, it drains faster. Well, I'm gonna be waiting for the refinery. I don't need to be destroying everything instantaneously anymore. Oh, I should bring the platinum there. In fact, I'll specifically avoid checking out their wares to remind me. She checked out somebody else's channel in the middle of my show. Nice. They don't buy it. Nope, no lithium. Ooh. Why am I selling stuff already? Damn it, I did it again. I'm fucking up the prices by selling stuff before we've mined everything. Nice. Couple of indiums. 500 bucks a pop. Hell yeah. Look at that wallet. See, a little bit of range on him. Could have snagged that. Alright. Now that we've found a couple of refineries, I still have to keep looking for better ones. Upgrades. Whoa. What did I just get? Samarium. Okay, more Samarium. Yeah, why not? Nice, partly damaged. Wow. I'll try to get it done quick enough for you. So you don't die, but okay. Thanks for the help. That was actually really helpful. That guy had almost as much armor as I do. Okay, only 12 ore that time. Hey, what's up? Lios in the house. Hits the beach. What more do you need? Go. Good job, guys. Nice. And a pumpkin. Hell yeah. Right. The second you start adding all the spices and like actual pumpkin is good. Pumpkin filling is an occasional. Oh yeah, I picked up the other stuff so I could try to sell it at the Syndicate. I'm getting a lot of hiccups. That's weird. Has that been happening the whole time, or am I just noticed something just happened? That's strange. There it goes again. Do you notice it now, though? They don't buy the platinum either? What the hell? Right. Like 4 times in a row, just from coming from here to the station, it would like, it was kept happening. I don't know. I've been working these guys pretty hard. They're probably trying to maintain. One day I'll build a station in an asteroid rush. There it goes again. Oh, what is... Okay, hold on. I think I know what the problem is. My graphics card, I've mentioned this before, it loves to reset itself to my overclock save. And there's no way for me to change to keep it from doing that for some reason. I don't know what the deal is. There. Now I just have to raise the power limit for science. Fix the fan curve. Okay. Apply. Done. That's probably all it was. It was just unstable because it likes to overclock itself. Squash. Okay. So we're not talking about the classic American orange pumpkin that we cut up on Halloween. Well, North American. It's not like the United States invented it, right? It's just indigenous. Although, that kind of pumpkin is still tasty too. Oh, come on. What is doing that? There's literally nothing else open except OBS and the game. The real question is, are they round and adorable? To the point that it makes you want to cut funny faces into them and shove candles inside. Like, who was the first person to do that? Damn, 92 green ore. That is 7,000 worth of green ore. That's tempting. Okay, they're about done with that field. And then we can go buy ourselves a shiny new dominance. And then we will be the double dominance. People will make jokes about double Ds, and I will just laugh because despite their poorest crude sense of humor, I will still have shit tons more money than them. Oh, burp. Even the gray ore is worth more than the iron. Because it could be something better. Oh, wow. Didn't even realize the refineries weren't even on. No wonder I had so much damn green ore. Wow. Erps. That's okay. When I sell this haul, we're going to have quite a bit more. Oh, I should have led them to the new pile before I came back. The nice thing about having 400 cargo space is that it's still worth having half of it full and running back and forth to the station. So I was doing it with a donkey earlier that only had 150. Oh, fine, I'll kill you too. You really want to die? I'll grant your request. There you go. Feel better now? I have alleviated your suffering permanently, fool. Never again will you plague my vision. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me, pardon. Curse my overpowered beams, they keep shutting down my refineries. This is why we can't have nice things. Because there's never enough generators. Maybe nice generators would shift that a little bit. Now we're a good bit over 200 on the ore stack. It's tough because I'm used to mining just enough to get a little bit of resource or a little bit of cash on hand, and then just sell it all one time and then move on. The going back and forth without selling anything is just like, I want to see my money go up. I would be one of those people that if I put money into the stock market, I would just stare at the ticker all day long like an asshole. Because I wouldn't know what else to do. I would just be stuck. Backing up. They're racing to hit an asteroid that has 100 hit points. It's like watching two baseball players collide in the outfield trying to catch a puff, trying to catch a fly ball. I don't know if they still call it a fly ball if it's in the outfield. I don't really care either. Why? Because it's baseball. Not my thing. I've never been huge on watching sports, but I will play Fucking soccer. I still love the joke that Americans call football football instead of soccer because they were afraid to acknowledge rugby for fear of being made fun of for not being brave enough to play it. Okay, Colonel O'Neill. Or, well, he's a general now. Alright, that was the last asteroid field in this system. So now comes the really fun part. Trying to decide whether I should crush 180 green ore or just sell it. Because I have enough money to buy the boat. But as I always say, you always want to have a little extra just in case. Alright. Right. Other way around. Oh crap. That is a lot of ore. I wish everything went faster at a station, not just the shield. Like, can I lease out refineries on some other ships? Other side, tooltip, other side. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting there's not a UI scale option. Oh wow. See, and the game revert. My computer hates me. It's just like, nope, we're gonna go full throttle on everything every time. You don't get a choice. Overclocking the card, cranking up the... Like, come on, you bastard. What's wrong with you? At least it blinks when I click on stuff. There we go. Okay. Hopefully they'll buy all the rest of that. Alright, 1.7 million. Curling's actually a really interesting game because it's so unlike anything else. Like, it's just so... Like, how did you come up with that? With, like, was it tree branches and a rock? Like, people would just slide a rock across the ice and... Like, when did the brooms get into it, you know? When did sweeping... Like, how did that happen? Well, I mean, like, obviously it had to start there, right? Like, the oldest game in the book is throw the thing at the thing. And when you're too cold, going like that when you're all stiff is like, ugh. But you can lean down and, you know, granny roll a bowling ball. So, no offense, but that's what I think of, visually anyway. But then the brooms happened, and I was like, you know, you got me there. I don't get it. I don't know how they came up with that. Would love. I'm gonna end up watching the history of curling, and it's gonna be the weirdest documentary I've ever seen in my life. I can already tell. But I'm gonna learn, like, well, yeah. I mean, you have to imagine, like, especially if you're not from a cold place, that something like that's really novel, like sliding something across the ground, a frozen pond, and having it go that far. Like, people are gonna be like, oh yeah, I bet I can I bet I can get it to where that tree growing out of the ice over there, or I bet I can get the closest to that without going past it, or just the closest to it at all. And it's like, oh no, mine's closer. But then to keep people from knocking you. What are the brooms? The brooms! I don't get it. I have to find out. That's gonna be my homework for the weekend is curling. What the fuck? Yeah, because like they would be just enough, like especially if it was actively snowing, then the next person would go and there would be like uneven surface and like you'd want to. I bet they used tree branches back in the day, if not like straw brooms, because you'd think a straw broom's a little too coarse, too heavy, probably wouldn't work very well. Like an old straw broom, but like a tree branch, you know, like a fir tree or something like an evergreen. Something that's got the soft fluffiness that doesn't necessarily wilt in the snow. I'm sure there's lots of plants I'm not thinking of. But, you know, they probably did do that because, like, one person would roll theirs and then it would cause a little embankment, like a wake in the snow. So the next person would be like, I gotta walk that stupid trail you made in the snow. I don't want to do that. And they're like, oh, that's what it is. That's why they do it during the slide. Because if you let people do it before they slide, they'll take all goddamn day. They'll be such a perfectionist that the game will just take fucking forever. So you have to have somebody else to do it for you. I bet people used to chase their own puck and sweep about it. It clears it away. Oh, it's in the Syndicate station. Sure. This one Marauder has now taken out most of my fleet, and they're not reacting because I have them set to mining. And then all 4 of my captains and their crews just simultaneously went, fucking finally. Oh, okay, so you have to do it as it's moving. Because otherwise the water just refreezes. That makes sense. But I bet you were right, it started to sweep away debris and snow because they're doing it on ponds. If it's actively snowing or if there's you know, occasional gusts of wind that blow shit onto the ice, you want to sweep it out of the way. But yeah, then they realized that, you know, if you create enough friction that it slides across the water faster. I bet people figured that out from different sweeping techniques. They noticed that people who sweep fast like maniacs, that the puck would just keep going further and further. And then they're just like, oh, I bet if you get really used to a fixed distance, that a really good sweeping team could actually make sure that the puck gets to, I don't know what they call it. I keep calling it a puck because I'm associating with hockey. Maybe that's what they call it. I don't know. But they're like, yeah, if you get judged the distance and the speed with the same rock over and over again, then you can really just perfectly place it right where you want it. See, I love deconstructing stuff like that to figure out what the hell people were thinking a long time ago. They really won't buy any of this shit. What a bunch of bastards. Oh, thank God. Alright, we're down. Oh, I forgot to check. They don't have a dominance there, do they? Oh, God. Alright. It's Friday, and it's beer o'clock. Drink 'em if you got 'em. Woo! I'm drinking that extra strong beer again. But I'm going to drink it real nice and slow, just like last time. Hell yeah, 1.8. They do not have a dominance. Okay, I felt like I had checked it, but I couldn't remember. I'm pretty sure one of these two did, though. So let's check this one for gear one last time. I don't think there's anything here I really want, but maybe. Now, fleet ships don't use repair systems yet, do they? Just drones? So basically a spotter. Oh yeah, that makes sense. You could change its direction as well. Oh yeah. Can take all this extra stuff off. Alright, are we ready? I'm ready for this. Oh! I still need crafting materials, but I don't know which ones yet, so I'm going to hold off until I do. Oh! That's pretty funny. So you don't even have like an actual. You're just taking some guy's word for it. Damn it. Yeah, anything under the ice you can't see from until you get close enough to it to look more down on it. You just see what ice looks like from the side, which is horribly, horribly opaque. God damn. Oh well. Let's make a little bit of cash while we're here. Oh, we're almost out of here. 402. I still need crystals, even if I can buy the other materials. I know I'm gonna need like, well, I probably should have saved crystals from all those other piles, since I already have too much money, enough money anyway. Let's see, 1.6, I've got 200,000, so basically an eighth. So about 12, I have about just over 10% of the cost of the dominance and extra cash. But I also have ships that are already outfitted that it's going to be replacing, so I don't need a lot of money for outfitting it. Most of what I would need is already here. Speaking of sweeping rocks. But that's one thing I always liked about O'Neill from Stargate, and curling is one of the prime examples of that. They never try to de-Canada his character. He's so Canadian. They never try to, like, or I don't know, maybe they do, and he's just like, fuck you, I'm MacGyver. But he specifically mentions curling like 4 times just within the first 4 seasons. And it's not like he's fawning over it. Like one time it's a joke about betting on curling. One time it was a reference to the environment, I think, or something like that. It's like they don't make a thing about him being in love with curling the way, you know, Captain Archer from Star Trek Enterprise likes his water polo. But you definitely know that he knows everything there is about it, which means he either loves it or used to play it or something. I think he references specific people at one point, maybe. Could be wrong. Did I take off all of them? No. But the refineries I did. Yeah, when he says dough all the time. But there's like little expressions that he uses and certain mannerisms when he talks. You know, I don't know how sensitive of a topic this is, but the South Park Canadians fucking kill me. I'm sure Nova's familiar enough with that. But it seems really laid back. Like, that's the kind of game that I could be falling down drunk and just still enjoy being terrible at. Like, as long as nobody's expecting me to do good or counting on me to do good. And, you know, I would genuinely put effort into it if I'm going to bother. So it's not like I'd just be completely dicking around, but, you know, just like real casual, just kind of hanging out. I feel like I could super get down on that. Like, that's... I mean, isn't it basically horseshoes for people who live where it's frozen? And if you threw a horseshoe and tried to figure out where it was, you're an idiot because there's so much snow everywhere. I feel like it's basically horseshoes for people that live in where there's snow. Or at least where it's likely enough to be snow, and I'm sure it's more fun than horseshoes, especially because of the whole team aspect and strategy bit. Oh, see, that's perfect. Because I live... Like, if I got in my car and drove there, it would take 5 minutes, but by walking, it would probably take like 10 to get to the closest pool hall to me, and they have decent tables and league nights. And I'm just like, those are my kinds of games. The games that you could get serious and play a serious game of and really enjoy a challenge, or just get really hammered and not give a shit. Right, because horseshoes isn't really strategy. It's, I mean, there's variations and trick games and stuff like that, but for the most part it's just coordination. There's not like strategy and team play and all that good stuff. There's definitely no teamwork in horseshoes. Unless you're just taking turns and adding up your score from one pair to the other, you know. Which I guess, yeah. But like active participation with individual roles, that sounds neat. That sounds like a fun game. I keep seeing the Achilles everywhere. Oh, nice. Look at these guys. I bought an extra one because, you know, I might accidentally sell it or something. Or destroy it. Wait, do I have blue or better deuterium? Nope. That's my best tiny. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I went and played pool recently, but it's been a while and will probably be a while again. But I used to play minimum once a week at a different pool hall that I used to live near on the other side of town. Well, we don't get a lot of snow in Texas. It happens every now and then, but I do intend to leave the state on occasion once people are less panicky about such things. Okay, that's not working out. Ah, shit. Mistakes were made. Nice. Ah, warp distance. Scanner power. Independent. Damn it. It just blasts right through them, doesn't it? You have a crafted weapon on it? Oh yeah, but the reason I mentioned South Park earlier was because I mentioned how a lot of times on television shows that are made in Canada starring a lot of Canadian actors, they'll try to like make them seem more American because the character's from America. And like they didn't do that with O'Neill, but there was one thing from South Park that I never got, and it was the flapping head thing. I was like, what the fuck is that about? Like why like everything else seems so specifically like not just a silly character for the sake of absurdity, but it all seemed to be based on something. And it wasn't until I got really drunk and I was rewatching Letterkenny and I saw Wayne doing this when he was talking, he was just nodding. He's just nodding, and I was like, oh my god, that's it. That's the thing. It's the way they nod. Okay. I was like, I didn't know that was a Canadian thing, and I never associated it with South Park's the flapping head thing because it's so absurd. And I was just like, oh, I get it now, because he does it. Apparently that's what it is. I haven't verified it with anyone yet, but that's the only thing I can think of, because everything else about the South Park caricatures are based on something real somewhere in Canada, somebody like that, or some celebrity, and it's just like they're all, you know, there's never just anything just for the sake of talking shit. Like it's all very specific shit talking related to something real. And I could never figure it out. I think that's what it is. It has to be, because that's not something a lot of people do in America unless they live kind of far out, you know, like not necessarily hillbillies, but like people who just live far out of town. Sometimes you'll see people do that. They'll like, their head will move when they talk. Watch Letterkenny. Watch Letterkenny. I know if it's your thing, you love it. If it's not your thing, you probably hate it. But every once in a while, Wayne will be like saying something really intensely, and he's just doing this when he's talking, and it's like, oh yeah, you better listen up to what I'm saying right now. And it's just like, oh, like it just clicked one time because I was drinking pretty heavy. It's not like nonstop. It's not like all the time. It's just like I noticed it when he says stuff that's like when he's speaking directly to somebody and he wants you to pay attention. He's like saying something that, you know, matter-of-factly. If he's saying something matter-of-factly, he's nodding along while he's saying it. And it gives kind of this weird visual effect that, honestly, like, I see it now in other things. And I was like, wow, I must have just been tuning it out because it's right there. And South Park just spells it right out with a completely detached head. I'm just like, oh my god, you crazy bastards. That show is so weird. I love South Park, though. Kind of one of my favorite shows. But you know what I mean? Like when they do a caricature of people, it's they're making fun of like real stuff. They don't associate like, I mean, yeah, they add stuff into the extreme, but it's usually still channeled. There's usually still like some kind of an attachment, some kind of logical attachment. It's not just some random bullshit. I guess most good caricatures have to be that, or it doesn't really count. But you know, like it's just one of those things. Like I didn't know what it was supposed to represent until it finally clicked one day, and I was like, oh, because they definitely don't just associate stuff to people that doesn't have some foundation in truth. They're really good at being dicks in that way. I don't think it is, because Letterkenny's just a show about a small town. Like, you know, they're all modern rednecks of some kind, or something like that. If you've never seen Letterkenny, I mean, it's just super. It's a lot of fun. I don't know what it's like for other people to watch it, because I I have a lot of family from small towns. A lot of family that's uh, from places where people say things like, "You're not from around here, are you?" That kind of thing, you know. Ooh, we're climbing again. Damn pushy miners. But if you watch the show, don't think about watching for that, of course. You know, just kind of try to enjoy the show for what it is, and it'll jump out at you when it happens. Yep. Like, I grew up in a city that when we first moved there had like 8,000 people, but then 9 years later had like 30,000. But it was a suburb. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, Twitch thought you were making fun of me. That's good. It's funny, all the things that Twitch thinks are offensive, I'm just like, well, I guess they could say it about somebody else in chat and offend them, but it wouldn't offend me. Well, yeah, because I mean, you know, Letterkenny's made by Canadians, but that doesn't mean that everything they do is accurate. They might be making fun of South Park, and nobody actually does that at all, ever. And it's just a nod to South Park, like, what the fuck are you on about anyway? I don't know. It's assuming you don't know the difference between Y-O-U-R and Y-O-U apostrophe R-E. It didn't realize that you were associating the weapon to me rather than calling somebody crazy. Or it just assumes that some people just fuck that up anyway. But yeah, it's possible that the head nodding thing was like not even really a thing. Like nobody knows why South Park thinks that Canadians do that. And so Letterkenny's just like, oh yeah, Canadians do that. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what even is that? Like, what is it? Is this what you think we do? I love when other shows make tongue-in-cheek jokes about South Park. It's the best because that's what they would want. That's like South Park makes fun of everyone indiscriminately in every direction. Like if you're gonna reference South Park, you should also make fun of them as well, just a little bit, you know. As long as it's not out of character for you, you know, don't fake it, but like, you know, talk about it. Are you talking about this thing? Oh my. How, oh, how did I make that? One day Lios will give us an option to put the recipe into crafting, but for now it's almost like a fun little puzzle. Like, what the hell did I do? That was so long ago. And when he does put that option in to extract the recipe from an item, it's almost going to be sad in a way. I'm pretty sure it was overload. It was not a heavy mount. Definitely charging 3. Oh, well. What are we missing? Oh, right. I did the raw value thing. Oh, do I need to... Does that matter? Raw value should show that anyway, right? Help! Something's wrong. Oh, I guess so. Darn. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a charge rating 3. But now you might as well just throw on heavy mount. You get more range. You can always take a core off to get close to that damage and then make it in heat sinks. What? Too many. I don't know. Nah, heavy mount's only good for range. Ah. I mean, technically it's an improvement, but it is going to generate what? Almost 40 more heat? That's not a big deal. So that's what the... Well, hold on. That's what the weapon was. Oh, wait. Overload. Yeah. Okay, now it won't let me add the 4th charging. Oh, that's weird. Now, okay, there it is. Okay. So 150 more power, 300 more heat, 70 more damage per second, but you get a longer duration for less charging. Well, no, I guess that's still 6, but you get a longer duration with the same amount of cooldown and recharge. Yeah, 1 flux for 40% damage each, rather than 10%. So, you could even just drop the overload and go that route. Save power and heat, make it up in the flux bonus. Well, heat would normally be a problem. Yeah. Oh, I have to put it back on or I can't use it. Watch the thermal. It runs out of power just before, so I don't need more heat. And so when you're fighting a Ravager, what you can do is use those 3 little pops at the end to take out the Guardians, or at least hit them. You know, you should damage them a little bit ahead of time, but you can use it to fix it. $25 each. Rather than just 1 flux charge per shot for 10%. But if you make a new one, it'll be 40%. Yeah, exactly. Brutality. So it's actually a really simple weapon. There's no boosters on it. It's just going to come out differently than mine did, but if you're using Flux, it should be better, and Flux and the Spinal Mounts are designed to work together, so yeah. But there's no... I mean, Overload's an option. If you want to throw in, like, you'll need, like, hypercooling, because you have a longer duration, but you also have to factor in whether or not you have enough power and battery to sustain it. I can reconfigure this for a full burn, but then the heat becomes an issue. And when the heat becomes an issue, I have to swap combat mods for actual heat sinks to compensate, and then you lose a lot of damage. So it's kind of like, get a full burst with less damage, or get a partial, almost complete, like 80% burst hit, but with a lot more damage. We're talking about 6 times 9, which is over 50%, 54. So, soft target test with no flux. Oh, I didn't bring the weapon. Anyway. Alright, now back to my dominance. I'm so excited for this. 61 blue crystals. Alright guys, we need some red crystals. What do you say? Well, that frees up a lot of power. An armor build can free up a lot of power, but the thing is, you're still going to end up using that power in your repair system. It's just you won't be forced to use that power if you don't need, if you're not taking damage. So for your first strike, it can free up a lot of power for your first strike, but by the end of a battle, it can kind of even out a little bit. So, because shields use passive power, even if you're not recharging, which is fine. I mean, that's part of the dynamic of having options, right? At least you don't have to remember to turn them on. Unless this gets reset because you took them all off. But yeah, I typically, late game, I typically will go for an armor only build. And leave the energy behind. Well, to be fair, that save I think has a purple or orange Terran armor. And if I wasn't using that, I would be using, that save also has orange Vangie heavy armor. I would just use that. So, that's why I say late game, because early game, it's almost always preferable to have some shielding. And I try to go with a 10-to-1 ratio of shield capacity to recharge. So if I have 1,000 shield, I like to have 100 recharge. Or, to put it another way, I like to have a shield that can recharge from 0 to full in 10 seconds. Not much more, not much less. Like 9 to 12 is pretty good. but that's based on my combat style for how much time I spend in combat and then get out. Like, you know, if you're doing a hit and run style, then you want your shield adjusted for that. If you're not doing a hit and run style, if you're doing a standoff, if you're more of a standoff artist, you can do that. But basically, the armor build is great for the spinal weapons because again, it frees up that otherwise passively used power. 15 red crystals. You need a lot more than that. In fact, I can just go buy them back. I don't have to wait for shit. I'm about to buy another dominance, so I'm going to be building some mining lasers for it, specifically so it can mine asteroid rushes. So that's going to be the next stop, is to build a dominance, and then after that it will be asteroid rush systems. I think that's going to do it. So let's see. We have a weapon capacity of 33. If we put 2, 3, 4, so there's 12, 18. 33 minus 18 is what? 15? So 5 each. So I need 4 3-points, a 6-point, and 3 5-point mining lasers. And then, good Christ, that's gonna get weird. Like 3 and 5, it's easy. You just add a core, take a core off. But then 6, I have to figure out what to do because I guess I'll just... Oh, I know what I would do. Wait. Oh, you made the recipes persistent. I didn't even notice that. Oh, but that'll cost more energy. That's fine. As long as it stays under. See, that's no, the 6-point though. Okay, what's the base? Base. 55 weapon cooling with the 180 capacity. Woo! Alright, so 55. If I'm going to make these charging, do I want to make them charging? Oh boy. I'm going to go that route. No, because that's way too much power and heat. Oh wait. That's still a shit ton of reactors, and that doesn't even account for the fact that it's a fifth of the weaponry. A fifth and a half. That doesn't make sense. But it's 33. That 3 makes a difference. Yeah, definitely armor builds should, personal opinion, should only be done on cruisers and dreadnoughts. I've done it on frigates, and I've enjoyed it with the frigate, but at the end of the day, I couldn't really go out of my way to say that it was preferable. Part of it is using the percentage-based automated repair system, which doesn't work well on frigates in my opinion. It's a bit large. So I usually will only do an armor build on a cruiser or dreadnought. Maybe that should be one of my next games is frigate, or just do a no shield run all the way around. Just a complete no shield run to 50. No wisdom. Start with a shuttle. No experience boost. That could be really entertaining. To me, I would find it funny. So is this my 6-point weapon? Oh, that's going to be a lot of iron. Do you have iron and microchips here? Oh, yeah. Okay. Nickel and copper for the boosters, which I won't need on the others. Well, that's part of the reason that I play this game so much. Like, or no, correction. That's why I started streaming this game so much. Like, I'm gonna play it one way or the other. The fact that I do it pretty much every Wednesday is just for people to be able to plan around, because I know that Laios has a schedule and a life, and so it's nice to have at least one consistent day for him that he can count on me being there in case he wants to say, hey, can you test this so I can see it on a different system, just to see what happens with somebody else's thing, which doesn't really come up a lot because, you know, he can test anything. But I think it's good to have one consistent day, but for the most part, if I'm streaming the game, it's because I want to play it. So, I would probably be doing all these experiments anyway, if not more chaotically, just because I would make assumptions and move on to something else, whereas when it's for Laios and the community to observe and to have commentary and suggestions and maybe notice bugs that I don't notice versus the ones that I'm here to demonstrate. So it's basically on display so that people can see it and interact with it. So I try to do as many different things as I can because that keeps it interesting for me, but it also gives the best rounded bug testing for the game itself. That's why I've never really put the back work into making a proper Twitch channel out of it, because it was never meant to be originally. I'm kind of getting to the point where I feel like I could and it would be fun and maybe actually make some money in the long run. But for the most part, it's just like, let's bug test the game. Let's put it through the ringer. I have a knack for breaking games in general. Just like going too far, being too brutal on the system, demanding too much of it, finding like the game Astroneer that I was talking about earlier, the early access game. It was really easy to create memory leaks in that game. And by create them, I mean there was a system in the game of tethers that you use that you have to place down like every 10 or 20 feet or something, that carry oxygen and power from the base to you because you're on a planet with no breathable atmosphere. And if you put too many of them down, it gets really glitchy. And so you had to get used to creating switches where you just like put two of them really close together so that you can pull one out and break different circuits, because every tether that you place down put this unbearable burden on the CPU because it was constantly tracking this loop. And I was just like, well, I play this game like 20 hours a week minimum, so I'm just going to start broadcasting it so they can see exactly what's happening without necessarily having to go through setup scenarios. I had various graphics cards of different qualities that I would swap through, and then a couple of different PCs that I would play it on so that they could see different processors, different chipsets, different DDR3 versus DDR4, stuff like that. And help them really kind of just narrow everything down and just create wild scenarios that they never would have thought of, like combinations and chains. I used to create loops, and they're like, oh, our tethers can't create a proper loop, they can only chain. So if you go all the way around far enough and create a big loop, it just won't connect at the end. And they're like, should it be like that, or should we fix it so it can loop? And they tried it a couple times, and it was like, no, that makes the memory leak 10 times worse. But like, I was going to be playing the game anyway, and it was nice to have when you play it, like I played that game for more than I played Star Valor. Star Valor, I'm almost at 1,500 hours. Astroneer, I stopped around 1,800, and I really don't play it that much anymore. But I was like, I'm gonna play the game anyway. So if you guys want to like give me ideas, then that just makes it more fun for me, and maybe I'll play even more than that. So. Yeah, and it got to a point where it was like what I tell Lyos all the time, with Star Valor, it's like there's certain quality of life and experience things that I can't really have much of a valid opinion on. I can speculate and guess, but I don't know what it's going to be like being a new player and starting to play Star Valor today. Like, if you bought the game today and started playing today with fleets that can mine and all this other stuff, like, I can't balance the fun factor on that. I can't really, like, I don't have a perspective for that because I've been playing the game for so long that I don't know I can't even guess what it would be like to be a new player coming into that experience. So there are limitations. But at the same time, seeing the way that the game does change, we have a perspective on kind of a direction of where it is going. So we can, I would say, speculate better as to relevant bugs, different priorities, different development concepts, and but I mean, for the most part, he doesn't need suggestions on that regard, other than just like, is this something you're interested in or not? And he asked the whole community, so it's not like we're guiding the direction of the game per se, any more than anybody else. But like, there's a unique perspective that players like me and Nova have, and then there's a need for opinions, and that's basically what I'm getting at is, don't take the fact that I stream for the sake of bug testing and analysis and all that, don't take that to mean that the opinion of new players doesn't mean anything. Like, we need that too. As a community, we need new people who will say, hey, this is what it's like for me because I just started playing today. Here's my point of view on, what's fun, what works well, what seems balanced, things like that. So, that's the nature of early access. I think most people get that when they get into an early access game, but I know when I've gotten into early access games that are heavily streamed, there's almost a moment of hesitation where you're like, do I even need to say anything? And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, you don't have to, but it could be helpful because it's a completely different point of view from what people who started playing the game 2 years earlier could ever possibly have. I mean, developers always have a vision for their game, but when you spend several years making a piece of artwork, it's going to be influenced one way or the other, especially if you're showing it to people before it's completed. So, like, if I could just temporarily compartmentalize all my memories of playing this game, like put them on a flash drive, and then just delete them until I'm ready to re-upload it so that I could try the game for the first time again, I think that would be intense. And then have both experiences. So, like, I've tried this game for the first time 3 times now. I think it would be really interesting to get that point of view of what it would be like playing that for the first time, the way it is today. And, I mean, that goes for pretty much any game that's in development. Like, I bet developers wish they could do that so bad. I bet that's something that's like, you'll occasionally find developers who are like, man, I wish I could play this for the first time right now. I'm having so much fun. I know too much. I want that unique newness. And that's a big part of it too, is that new player perspective. It's all about how intuitive does the game feel. That's critical. And I can absolutely not replicate that as a new player coming into it now. I can say, yeah, sure, you could add more to the tutorial. Yeah, sure, this tooltip could include this line, or you could add another tooltip to this. But I have no way of compartmentalizing what I already know to be able to say what's intuitive now, because 1400 hours later, like, everything feels intuitive because I'm too familiar with the system. It's like trying to learn a second language, you know? Alright, now where's that dominance? I remember I had to warp out because I almost lost somebody. Didn't I already go back to that one? Crap, I gotta find a new place for it. So on the one hand, I'll stream this game for as long as I keep playing it, but I hope that nobody looks at it as, because I always say that I do a lot of this for the bug testing, for the game testing, this, that, and the other. I hope nobody ever takes that to mean that their opinion isn't needed, because it absolutely is. Every opinion is needed. Everybody, whether you're an avid gamer, a new gamer, young, old, male, female, whatever the hell, no invalid opinions. Except for the trolls, but you know, we don't have to worry about that. They're easy enough to spot. Did I really take that mission? Why did I do that? I don't want missions. Alright, I found minor territory. Awesome. Well, I think, because like I said, it's really hard once you, especially, I can imagine it's even more so if you actually designed and made the game, but even just having played it a lot, I can't imagine what it's like for a new player. So it's really hard, like, to say what the game's going to be like for a new player. And the developer would have that same issue. You know, that's part of doing things like an alpha test and a beta test. It's so the developer can interact with people who've never played the game before, you know? And of course it gets difficult with sequels because the people who are going to be interested in alpha testing or beta testing a sequel are probably people who played the original. So you kind of run into the same wall in a way. But, you know, a lot of developers pay I'm sure it's a thing that's just part of what all of them know. Like, when you go into it, you just accept it as a fact of life that you're going to have to let people play the game for the first time just to get their opinion of it and deal with whether or not they actually, like, you might get a room full of 20 people who hate the hell out of your game that you just spent the last 3 years building and falling in love with. It could be kind of brutal. I'm sure there's a lot of apprehension in that, but it's necessary. You got to know what it's like for somebody who's never seen it before, never experienced it before. When you're creating an experience, obviously when you're painting a painting, or, you know, creating a piece of music, that's a little different. But when you're creating an interactive experience and you want it to appeal to people rather than just being a strict expression, like, because there's multiple layers of expression in a game, right? Like, you're not so much expressing yourself in the system, you're expressing yourself through the gameplay and the story. The system is just a medium. And so that's what you need to make sure is fun for people, but at the same time without compromising what your idea is, whether it's to make a game that's just really fun to play all around, or if you have a story that has an allegory or something like that. So there's different layers to it. So when it comes to video games, it's a lot different taking criticism along the way than it would be for, you know, music and paintings and such. Oh, absolutely. There's... I think you're absolutely right about that. The people who are less... Wow, plus 10 per second. Got it. Read it wrong. Mining speed. Bonus geology mining speed. Number trading 7, 8, level 50. Like, look at this. They're fighting marauders. I'm not even really paying attention to it. I only got credit for that because my fleet was helping. This is how much I've immersed myself into the mining role. is that I actually ignore combat when it's happening right on top of me. Like, I merely had to turn and fire. I didn't have to go anywhere. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, at the same token, I'm lucky that they only got warped out and didn't actually get destroyed because I wasn't paying attention. It could have backfired terribly. Absolutely. Oh no, I need to take them with me for crew. Tactician, supervisor, gunner. We need 2 engineers. A boatload of gunners. This is another thing for the extra cash, is hiring up crew. Okay, we got a decent crowd going here. In fact, for this part of it, I should probably just leave them at that station until I'm ready to actually launch the dominance, or until I actually find a dominance, because I need their parts. Fine. Come on. Oh crap, I did it again. I sold all my crystals and now I don't even know where. Damn it. So much for not warping them in yet. Wow, I wasn't even paying attention. I was talking about stuff. That's fine. I prefer to talk about stuff than carry crystals around the galaxy. It was meant to be. Because I did just spend money on crew and I'm going to need a lot more. Does anybody remember which system I sold the crystals in? It could have been 10 minutes ago. Don't apologize. No need. At least I have the dominance now. And it's parked in the station, so I can't forget where it is. I wonder if it would be faster to just go back and find them. I feel like it would be, because... Well, let's see how many red crystals. I'm gonna need, like... at least 50 red crystals, if not like 100. Like, I don't even know if I had enough before I sold them. Definitely buying it. And 400,000 will be more than enough for crew. Plus the Scourges have small crews. I'll have people. Alright, guys. 9. Oh my. Yeah, we're gonna go back. It's like a scavenger hunt. Only the goal is to figure out how bad I fucked up. How long ago did I screw it? Gives me more time to drink my beer. No, it doesn't. Not really. Okay, well, it wasn't here. And it doesn't look like I went to that station, so it wasn't there. I wasn't even thinking, though. That's the problem, is I meant to keep them. They were in my cargo bay. I sold them just out of habit because I was rambling about something. About video game development. That's the problem with self-awareness. Then you lose your awareness of the stuff around you. Momentarily. And it's for a good cause. Wasn't there. Pretty sure the rebels didn't buy it. Because fuck those guys. I should have stuck a skeleton crew and a warp drive on the dominance. I was really kind of... Damn. Nah, it'll be full by then. That's okay. This song kind of has a I dropped my stuff and I can't find it tone to it. Frantically hunting for something, but it's really not like super critical, but you really just want to find it. Aha! Huzzah. And I even have some copper. Let's buy a little bit more copper in case I don't have any there. Uh-oh. Good enough. What was the other one? Bismuth. Bismuth. Perfect. Dominance. It's finally happening! I want to give it charging lasers so bad, but I feel like that's gonna fuck it up. I'll put a couple of those purple charging lasers on it just to see how it does with them. And then I can always go back later on and rebuild the rest of them as charging lasers if I want to. The separation is just killing me. I don't usually have issues with OCD, but that is fucking me up. Why? Why is that weird for me? I don't get it. I told myself I would keep it under 100 heat, right? Because this thing's base 55. No, so that can't be overload because the other ones are going to be 3 points. Oh no, I have to make them heavy mounts though. They have to be heavy mounts for the range. See? Just gets tougher and tougher. So this one won't be overload. Oh. I can't do heavy mount for a 3 point though. So I'll probably end up, yeah, I'll just put, okay. Well, I mean, I could use a booster, I guess. How does that compare, though? Oh, look at you guys. You know what? I'll go pick it up. Just so you guys didn't waste your time, because I always end up running out of cash faster than I anticipate. It'll be interesting to see how much cash I actually have left after I build this dominance out. God, that's a weird angle. Okay. Alright. So, we got our ships in the dock. Remove. 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 Yeah. Just to prioritize the components. Alright, so the ship you just got out of is always at the bottom of the list, and then it just flows in that circle. In case anybody didn't know that, it's really helpful for organizing while you're working with your fleet. See, that's the empty one, so if I click on this one again, empty. And that's the one that I still need to do. Yeah. Oh, the cargo. Whoops. Look at my radar. Oh, crap. Hell yeah, man. Do it to it. Take it easy. Okay. Now I'm not selling them. Selling all of that. 52 is good. 52. Wow, that's... Out of all those ships, that's it? Really? Holy cow. Alright. He's like, I'll try, but this is going to be terrible. Wrong position. Well, that's a lot of really bad gunners. But a couple of good ones. Nope, don't need 2 pilots. Let alone 3. Okay. Oh, whatever. Stop nitpicking, just build the damn thing, right? Oh, we got a few good gunners, okay. There, thank God. I was like, I was sure I had one. Instructor. Gunner. Supervisors. Pilot. And we're short 2 gunners. Okay. We're short 1 gunner. Okay. Really, none of you? Okie doke. If you say so. Alright, so I need to give this guy just a crap ton of repair drones, right? Well, they're not going to use the repair system, so... Which means technically their base armor doesn't matter much. Or their armor. Do I want them faster or slower? Although damage resistance helps. Neutronium's heavy though. Well, so is Zentronium. That's a tough call. Let's try heavy first, just for the hell of it. Just because I would assume that that's wrong, and never go back and actually try it. Wow. Really? 3 large gyroscopes and we're getting a turn speed of 4.3? What the actual fuck is that? That's enough. That's... What? That can't... What am I doing wrong? Something's wrong here. That doesn't sound right at all. About right. How much forward power does it really need versus top speed? I think for Asteroid Rush we're going to need the capital for that extra acceleration power. That's an improvement, but I'm way away from 35. Oh yeah, can't forget that. What is up with this turning speed? I don't get it. Is the armor really that heavy? That's still only 5. What? I don't understand. Well, that's passable. Alright, we'll try light armor first. See what happens. Not the way I wanted to do it, but so be it. Oh shit. Just barely close enough. Whee! Oh. It's a start. These are only creating 46 heat. I have to remember when I'm crafting that I need to set it to 100% and to not 200, or it's going to get wonky. I'm going to do it wrong. I'm going to end up making the wrong weapon. It's Especially on that 6 point. Well, the 5.2 though, honestly. Just make it better. I don't care if it doesn't work, I just want her there. Alright, what else? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's going to draw a lot of power too, though. So are all these weapons. So we're going to have to go overboard on the reactors. Because these are drawing... Wow, 295-ish. Crap. That's so much. And I'm going to put another 21 points worth of weaponry on. That's only 12. So it's a good thing I've got room for more reactors, because it looks like we're going to need them. Alright, let's get this 3 point, or this 6 point going and see what we actually need. $56. That's not bad. 83 is a lot. I don't think we need that much. Except it's how much we already have, and it's a burst weapon, so I could even get rid of one of these. Okay, we'll do overload then, but it also ramps up the power. Although, oddly enough, it only does slightly more damage. Although the range is better. It's the heavy mount versus the cores. But the heat's less than double. Yeah, we'll do that. I really gotta remember that I want that range for the heavy mount. Should I make it charging instead of overload? Because these are 1, 2, 2. You keep it all in sync, or intentionally desync it so that the power draw, because they're charging weapons, you want them to alternate so that your generators are never, your battery's never full, your generators are never idle. So offset, right? And control the heat. I think we have a weapon. The weird part is I'm only building the one. At least I'll remember it. That means I can make that a critical booster on the same platform, and it'll generate less heat. Oh no, range booster, of course. What was I thinking? More nickel. Please have it. Didn't name him. Terrible names. Ah! I always forget to turn the engines up to chase relics. Crap. There it is. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to find it. Okay. Woo, that is some bitter beer. Gotta love a warm milk stout. Half the people that hear that are gonna go, half the people that hear that are gonna go, oh. But I find it just delightful. I don't know if that's showing up. Oh, the name of it's off screen. Dragon's milk. It's a bourbon barrel aged milk stout, and you can taste it. When you drink it, you'll feel like there's almost like a sense that you just chased a shot of whiskey with it, with a stout. Like you get that kind of bourbon taste. It's nice. It's a milk stout, and it's 11%, but they're like $4 a bottle. So it's not something I drink regularly. For a 12 ounce. They sell it in 4-packs. They have other varieties and other sizes, but most places sell the 4-packs because most places don't sell enough of it. And it chases whiskey perfectly. Like, if you're into Boilermakers and stuff like that, technically it wouldn't be a Boilermaker, but it's kind of the same thing. You can just add some whiskey to it, and it's... woo! It is quite delightful. I enjoy it very much. Either way. You have to love names that are organizational rather than any kind of creative. So we put that one on here. Okay. It makes it hard to get really consistent hits on a rock, but at the same time it'll keep the power from failing, because I don't think there's any way I could get enough power generation on this thing to fire all of, like, when those front 3 fire, it's over. Like, there's room for more generators, and I'm gonna put them on because this ship won't get my bonuses, so it needs more power. But this is gonna get rough. I should probably put another gyro on just for the hell of it to make sure. What else can I put on there? I won't use flux yet. That would be hysterical. I could upgrade its battle computer. I'll drop an absorber on. Use that just in case it doesn't come out right when it's... and that, which does almost nothing. Its top speed goes from 36.1 to 38.4. But at least boosters give you a little bit of acceleration, so it'll help it kind of fight the asteroids more. I almost gave it some lateral thrusters. I don't think it needs it. I'm concerned if the shield charging and absorption is going to stand up in an asteroid rush, but you know, it's only one way to find out, right? Alright, who's doing a good job from the last one? We had... oh, look at you. Where were you a minute ago? In the passenger seat of my other dominance, not piping up to let us know that you could help. I think all my previous pilots went onto the ship. I want to see if you developed any more traits, but I don't think you can. Alright, I'm going to put a screenshot of this up in the Discord. Right quick. We lost Lios. Oh, well, he's at the beach, though. He probably just came in to make sure the game didn't burn down while he was away. Just checking in for a moment. No big deal. Wow, that's a mouthful. It's time to test the dominance as a fleet ship mining in an asteroid rush with all custom charging mining beams. Yeah, I saw it. Thank you. I did catch that. That's why I hesitated slightly. I was like, in an asteroid rush. I was like, wait, I did it wrong. Now, my weapons are not charging because I don't think it'll do me much good. But I did save it, so... Look at that. Son of a bitch. Get it. Don't look at me, get it. Yes! Platinum! Look at you. Holy crap. I don't even have to... I could mine if I want to. I could leave my friends behind. But this is so much better. Oh, I guess I shouldn't block the rocks. Although it might help to slow them down a little bit. This is what I had planned before, was to use the dominance to slow the rocks down. And then if you set it to mouse aiming, you can even use your lateral thrusters to resist the push even more, which slows the asteroids down even more. And so they'll kind of spill off of either side of the ship a little bit. It doesn't slow them down a lot, but it keeps the dominance in kind of this safe zone. You do have to adjust back and forth a little bit to match its position. Okay, it kind of slowed down, so maybe it doesn't like me blocking for it. Maybe I should just step aside and let it be its badass self. Yeah, it likes that a lot better. It doesn't want me in the way. Those forward beams aren't doing much of anything, though. So, okay, so the forward 5-point weapons need to not be charging, it seems like, right? Is that kind of what we're looking at here? Those 3-point weapons are doing all the work. But with fully upgraded PMC collectors, I mean, I would pretty much just have to chase it until a relic shows up. All I have to do is chase this thing. And we can go infinitely into the dead zone, right? The rocks never end. Because we're still too close. We're still close enough to the star to be caught up in the chaos. Yeah, see, I had it near 1,000 shield, and now it's only 750. So, and I don't have the skills to do that. That's my other bonuses, I guess. Yeah, I don't have that. Oh, plus that. Yeah. So, if I want to, I can basically just... Once your collectors are high enough level, you can actually just coast even more. Or you can just use one hand and kind of... I guess you still have to kind of hit the space bar now and then to slow yourself down anyway. But there are moments of relaxation. Moments of relaxation. I guess you could call it semi-passive income because you're not technically doing the legwork for it, but you still have to be present and interactive. Which is fine. I don't need fully passive income. It's just a fun thing to find when you stumble across it. And I can just imagine Lio seeing this and being like, oh, thank God I don't have to do that a whole bunch. I'm glad he's doing this so that I don't have to do anything like that. Like, if he needs to know anything that's not here in front on this stream, he can at least get straight to it instead of, like, having to go through the whole thing. Doesn't have to jump through every hoop. Of course, he gets to skip most of the hoops anyway if he wants to. Like, what's it like with 2 dominants and an asteroid rush? And then he just, here's a dominance, here's a dominance. Just load him in. Dev console. There's no dev console. I can't just spawn dominance under player control. Oh well. I mean, you know, if I could always jump in and do some myself and then just be like, I guess I'll just follow them and see what they have. Because there's going to be a loot trail, as long as I don't wait too long. So the trick is to say, okay, it's 5 minutes, or 5 hours and 20 minutes. So in 4 minutes, I should be able to catch up with how far they drift back after 4 minutes by turning around and burning in 1 minute. And in that burn that I take to get back to them, gathering the loot, I also have to make sure that I free up space for it in my inventory if it's full. This is another time where longer range collectors would be really helpful, but not any kind of necessary. Just really, really helpful. It would just speed it up just the tiniest bit. The Marauders. So let's see. If a green crystal is worth 100 at a quarter space, so it's 400 per ton. Those are 260 per ton, and wait, really? That's not right. Yes, it is. 26, 260 per ton. Okay. There we go. And those are 160 per ton. So they're really not worth that much. I always like to carry crystals because it's a good chunk of change in a small package. They're really not worth that much. Yeah. So anything, if you're going to destroy stuff that's worth less than 500 per ton, then you're taking out your red crystals and green crystals too. But I could stop at 400. 2 minutes. We're 2 minutes in. Nobody buys lithium. Alright. Or if you're really just killing time, you could always just go for only platinum, gold, and silver. Not the most time efficient, but if you just feel like driving through this, personally, I think I'll get dizzy after a while. But who knows? Alright, we're 3 minutes in. So we have 2 minutes before loot starts disappearing. Wow, that was 4 metals and crystal. Already got that achievement though. Best way to not get hit by the rock is to blast the rock before it gets to you. What you got? Oh, you got nothing. It's mine now. This is why I wish for a quick delete button. Boom. That's it? That's all you got? Dude. What happened? You were doing so much... Do I have to watch you? Look, you got more now than... Is it less than 5 minutes? Because it's 2:24:35. I thought it was 5 minutes. Is it different in Asteroid Rush, maybe? Ooh, I didn't think about that. So I'll just follow them around to do it. That's fine. Yeah. Well, yeah, if you're going for minor rep or more experience, you get an experience boost from it more than just from selling, right? If you cash the crystals in as the mining colony quests. I'll see what they're worth in the quests. I always forget if it's different or if it's consistent, if it changes from system level or anything like that. Yeah, I think the loot disappeared. But I don't want to just sit here and stare at loot to wait for it to disappear just so I can time it, but I kind of need to. Well, that's just going to push me into it and collect it. Like that. I need it to be in front of me. Alright, 2:26:30. 22630. Five 22630. And who knows, maybe the time changes if it's off screen. We have questions. What was it I was saying the other day? Oh no, never mind. That's political again. We're over that. Another time. We'll save that for another time. No more politics. Boring. Alright, we have stared at rocks flying by for a whole minute. Yeah, I think if there's a difference in the time, if there's any variables on how long it takes for loot to disappear, the fact that it's an asteroid rush is probably higher because all those moving rocks would take up more memory, so you would want it to clear itself out faster of other extraneous bits. Especially because in an asteroid rush, like, oh no, it disappeared, well, just go do it again. As opposed to system loot, which is more likely to be, you know, gear and stuff. 052630, we're at 2 minutes and 15 seconds of staring at a thing. This is the Star Valor equivalent to watching paint dry. Other than waiting for hunter fleets to show up, when it sometimes takes 5-10 minutes. Ha! I used the transfer of energy from the asteroid hitting my right side for it to bump the left side so it would knock that rock off. So it wouldn't be stuck in my little, whatever the hell that is on the left side of the ship. It's like a nice game of billiards. 052930, 3 minutes. I wonder if it won't disappear because it's on screen. I've seen stuff disappear on screen, but maybe it has to be off screen for a certain amount of time first, but that sounds unnecessarily complicated. I don't know why it would be that way. Other than, you know, tricking people who watch paint dry. So use the front of the ship to make sure things go under it, to the right side, to the ship's right side. I always forget port and all that shit. Stern. 5:30 and 30. We're at 4 minutes right now. Bumping the rocks at just the right angle so they don't get stuck on the ship. Either knocking it to the right or making it go further to the left. Could just do this the entire time. But then I get hit more. At least the soft nose impacts don't move me as much as if I get hit in the side. Alright, 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Could be off by 5 seconds. 2, 1. Ta-da! Now I have to hurry up and catch up before the rest of it disappears. So 5... Oh, see? It's disappearing out from in front of me. If I slow down enough, we can watch it happen again. Only the noise and a little tiny shred of light to indicate the difference between... You're doing great, Sam. I mean, Colonel. I can't help a Stargate reference. It's in my blood. Don't know why. Actually, I don't know why I'm working so hard to pick that up. It's crap. Now. That do anything for you? Or if I just give you the option? I don't know how alternate works. Like, is there literally a cycle timer where it just it's just one or the other at some point, or if it has like some kind of a decision making, like based on targets and tactic. Couldn't think of the word that was used. Yeah, I don't know, when you put it on alternate, like, how does it alternate? What does it do differently? These questions and more that I always forget to ask once Lias comes around. And he's at the beach, so he's not coming back tonight. No, the sun has gone down, and I'm sure the sun has gone down wherever he is, and, well, the last thing that he or anyone around him wants him worrying about is work. Being self-employed, I find infinitely more tolerable than working for somebody else, but it's still work. It's still a job. It still feels like work when you have to do it, and it never didn't. Even when you enjoy the work, you still have to balance it as if it was work with your social life, your personal life, fun time, all that kind of stuff. You have to classify it as work no matter how much you love it. So many people make that mistake, and they'll end up spending too much time working because they think they love what they do, until one day they turn around and realize that A, they're boring, B, they're alone, and C, they hate everything they're doing to earn money in that moment. Exactly. Without even noticing it, because they've tricked themselves into thinking it's fun. And it might be fun at first, but you shouldn't treat the point is you shouldn't treat it as fun. You know, everybody calls it your work-life balance these days, and I'm like, okay, simple enough that it's not inaccurate, but it's so much more than that. It requires so much more attention than a simple catchphrase that says, hey, we should party tonight because we've been working too hard. But if that's as far as you get into the process, at least you're doing it. Where the fuck did that capital laser come from? Did you kill somebody without me even noticing? Oh yeah, look. More combat experience. I only killed one ship, I think. I think they did one. Nice. No, when I owned my own business, I was fortunate that my business partner was somebody I got along with and that we had a lot of the same friends, so that we could still have a social life, but also engage the company at a moment's notice whenever it was needed to. But we were almost like different personas from work to home. Well, we were roommates at the time. Him and his girlfriend lived upstairs, I lived downstairs. And, that was delightful. I had a lot of fun doing that. It was a learning experience because so few of my relatives have been entrepreneurs from my parents' generation. But my grandparents' generation, they pretty much all knew what that was like to some degree. So it was completely different. But I never got to experience it firsthand or as a kid. So it wasn't until I was an adult and I was like, well, we'll probably fuck up a bunch, but at least we'll do it. Alright, now I want to fight a big fleet. Not that one. Last time I didn't get to fight the big fleet because it took too long. And then the one time they warped in, it was right as I was warping out, and I got really pissed off. I didn't rage quit. I waited. I kept waiting just in case. But it never happened. So... minding my own business. Let's see. Yeah, let's do that one. I have a Titan built here? Oh shit. Wow. As much as I don't use the dominance, I feel like I've gotten pretty comfortable with it, although I've kind of been a lazy piece of shit about the weaponry. Like, people are like, oh man, the dominance turrets are so weird, and I'm just like, well, I only put 3 weapons on the front 3, so I don't know what you're I have blue heat sinks. I don't use the turrets. By the time I have a dreadnought in a game, if I didn't start with a dreadnought, I started low. Like, I started with a shuttle on this one. So by the time I had a dreadnought, I had the stuff to pull off an armor build. And I had enough cooling that I could just use the 3 main hard points, the 3 forward guns. And I didn't, well, even when it was shielded, I didn't need, it's shielded now, but it doesn't need point defense. So I don't need the turrets for anything. If it's just mining and doesn't need point defense, then turrets don't matter. But it's been a minute since I've used a Titan. Well, I pulled one up earlier to laugh, but I didn't really fight with it. Oh yeah, this is Fleety. Fleetly. Nano components, extra generator power, weapon cooling, optics of course. Cool. Well, this will be fun. I still wish that I didn't have to get that to get that. Oh. No, see, this makes me want to pull up the other fleet so that I can fight them with the... That's what I should be doing. That's what I was going to do last time. That's what I should do this time. Fight them with these, with my fleet. So it'll be even longer till I use a Titan again. Oh yeah, he's probably still going. Nice. Nice. Alright, you crazy bastards, let's get this shit going. pardon the expression, Fridays are my Fridays, so I got all fucking night for this. See, I'm so spoiled on how nimble this thing is. After riding in that dominance for so long, this feels like a fucking yacht. Or at the very least, a Corvette. It feels absurdly nimble because the gear level is so much higher. And it's a high-tier cruiser. It's got orange pirate capital impulse, which is just obscene. See, Tuesdays used to be my Fridays, and then my weekend was Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So Friday was my Sunday, and then I would go back to work on Saturday. But then I wanted a more typical schedule because that's what everybody I know has now because they're all adults apparently. I was like, alright, fine. For the sake of my social life, I will switch teams at work to a completely different team on a completely different schedule, and frankly, I feel stupid for not doing it sooner, but it's amazing. I was really pissed off when he nerfed the Titan. Not like super pissed off, but I was like, aww. I was like, come on, just make it expensive and purple and hard to find, but don't change the 360 turrets. Well, it used to have like 36 base weaponry, and then he dropped it to 33, so you couldn't have 3 capital Mark II beams. I didn't craft back then very much, barely ever, and didn't really care much about it. So I would run around with a Titan with 3 capital laser beams, and it would completely take up all the space, and I didn't care about missiles. And then he dropped it to 33, and I was like, oh, okay, well, no big deal, right? Like, I'll just set up all the turrets to be really cool. And he's like, nope, we're changing that too. It used to be a bunch of 360 turrets, and now it's all limited range and broadsides. And I was like, I get that the previous iteration was not a white tier battleship. It absolutely was not. But I would rather have seen it become more rare and expensive, or even lose equipment space rather than any other stat but the weaponry. So that was kind of the catalyst. I was really irritated for a while, but I got over it because I enjoyed using the Sanctuary, which was unusual because this was back when boosters were broken, and I could get my Sanctuary to go like between 200 and 400 depending on whether or not I felt like sustaining it or not. But like the absolute peak, it was like those. It's like testing a supercar where you're basically like, well, there's not a track in the world long enough anymore because it's going to take, a full 5 minutes to go from 250 miles an hour to 251 miles an hour, but it'll get there eventually. Well, that's basically what he said, was that if you craft weapons, then it's still pretty obscene for how much it costs and what it can do. And he's right. If you build a bunch of crafted weapons for a Titan, it's absurd. But even now, because of the way the cross coverage works. But what I did was I reverted to a Sanctuary, and then Cerberus came out, and I really liked that one a lot. But I ended up going back to the Titan when I started crafting again. The nerfing of the Titan was basically why I got into crafting, because at that point, without capital laser beams and at the same time I was getting into the really, really super low Vang E reputation, and so it was just like there was no choice. I had to start crafting weapons because without 3 capital laser beams, there was no way I was going to keep up with it. The range made it possible. range and cloaking made it functional, but crafting made it obscene again. And that's what he said would happen. And he's like, yeah, but you don't really craft weapons. And I was like, yeah, but like, is crafting weapons really that much better than orange capital laser beams? And he's just like, find out. I was being kind of a whiny bitch, so he was just like, fucking figure it out already. You play the game, for God's sake. No, he was totally cool about it. I'm kidding. I was not. I was not cool about it for like a whole day. And, but then I tried it. I was like, you're right. I should play the game if I'm going to play the game and complain about it. No, he was completely cool. I was totally kidding. But yeah, I totally played the shit out of the Titan. It was just like, it was like, you know, God walking by and saying, I'm gonna need a couple of those ribs back and probably a finger. And you're just like, I don't think so. Feel like you might have should have done that sooner before everybody got used to it. It's gonna be tough to acclimate to, absolutely. Oh, that wasn't... I'm not with the mining fleet anymore. If there's an explosion, it's a 99.9% chance not one of mine on this save. If it's the mining fleet, it's like a 60% chance that it is one of mine. Because I was moving around those levels 52 sectors like it was no big deal. Now, if he came out tomorrow and he was like, I nerfed the Lao Shu, I'd be like, I get it. Well, see, but that presents a problem. You don't want a ship to require one thing to be functional, right? Like, you want people to be able to play it fully functional. And I'm not saying they can't if it got nerfed or buffed or anything. But you just have to watch out. It's kind of a... I know Lyos is aware of this kind of thing because we've both brought it up before in several different contexts. But I mean, it's kind of one of the fundamental... If I had to extrapolate his ethos, I guess, his principles that he wants to stick to with the game, it's no one way to do anything, right? Like, the ultimate sandbox is having options, not just freedom, but options. That no one option is technically better than another by any of... Oh, wow. That's not good. I do not want... I wonder if a fleet... I don't think I've ever had a fleet try to get a fleet to spawn there. I don't know if they will. But it's a level 40 system, so I'll probably never get one. I'd have to reset. And even then, 50 over 40 is unlikely. But he's aware of that, so... I mean, even if the options are still crew-based, as long as it's not one rare thing that you have to get to make it work, unless that becomes part of its quest. Like, oh, you unlocked the lace wing. Well, congratulations, you have a mediocre ship, unless you actually finish the quest. But you write a little bit of backstory, you try to make some logical connections from one to the next, and justify it with a little bit of, you know, creativity in writing. Absolutely. I mean, you want a buff to be a buff, you know. If you spend all this time looking for the neat crew, you want them to do... You want to be able to do something you weren't able to do before. You know, you want your capability overall to be higher. Even if it's technically balanced, you know, part of the balancing is that extra work that you took to find that crew, the rarity of it that you managed to attain it. So yeah, you know, it needs to be more than before, but you just want to make sure that you're not gatekeeping the functionality of an entire ship behind something else that's hard to get. Because, I mean, let's face it, battleship rate is not the hardest achievement, but it's not the easiest. So having it locked behind, I think it makes sense the way it is now. I think the ship is good enough on its own, and then if you manage to actually find the Nova fragment, then yeah, it gets a lot better, especially that class of ship. I think that works perfectly. Oh, because it has the drone bay? It's like, it's the only one, right? It's the only yacht with a drone bay. Exactly. And I think that's a good, logical, I don't want to say circle, because circular logic is a different implication, but just, I think it's a good loop. I think it's a good balance set. And it also has the gimbaled weapons, the 2 gimbaled weapons, so it's a good yacht. I was surprised when he added the drone bays, and it has the gimbaled weapons, which, I mean, okay. Neat. Let's not crash the game though. Can you chill out there, Rebel? Okay. So one of the things about a shuttle or a yacht having the gimbaled mounts is when you're one of those ships, and you talk about this a lot, and obviously I do it a lot. When you're a smaller ship, especially if you have lateral thrusters so you can do the spin dodge, you're going to be getting close to the enemy. You're going to be getting in. You're going to be an in-fighter. You're going to close the gap every chance you get and zip in there and get out again. Unfortunately, that means it's really easy to accidentally pick up an enemy attack drone. It'll happen from time to time. You will just, when you get in close, you'll, without even seeing it sometimes, if it's dark especially, or if it's just crowded, you're going to pick up some enemy drones, and so on your way out, it's going to start shredding you. And having those 2 guns in the front, the 2-sided guns, gimbal, means that it's that much easier to get rid of those drones quickly. It's a huge niche advantage, but niche advantage. I can't overstate it enough because of how many drones I pick up in small ships. And when you're trying to do the spin thing to match your rotation with the drone to shoot it, it's, well, 3 times more effective to be able to overlap those beams versus if they're just all going in a straight line. Huge advantage. It makes the Valor 3 so much more advanced than the other 2. Just that alone is a huge advantage on top of the extra capacities in pretty much every regard. And then, yeah, then you have that drone bay for repair, which makes it that much easier to counter that damage once it gets through your shielding, to be able to recover from it. It really changed the whole game that ship is capable of. And it's almost unfortunate that it's so rare. Because I feel like, I mean, well, yeah, and with the Dragon, they're all really close, so it gives you a little more, it may not give you that direct overlap, except for the outside 2, but you get more, what do you call it, forgiveness, accuracy forgiveness. Absolutely. Same effect with torpedoes, or not torpedoes, well, yeah, aiming torpedoes, but it also gives you the same effect from drones that you get that for missiles as well, being able to focus them to shoot down missiles. It's just, it prolongs the usefulness of the ship dramatically. Like a Valor 2 is still a Valor. It's slightly better, but it's not a yacht that you want to really settle in with too heavily. My personal opinion. If I have a Valor, I probably found it. If I have a Valor 2, I'm probably having a hard time finding the yacht that I want, and I can practically afford a Corvette anyway, and I'm just buying as an interim stage. But now, a Valor 3 is like a contender. You know, obviously a Dragon would be better in just about every way. But if you don't find a Dragon and you're getting impatient to move to a yacht so you can progress to Corvette faster, a Valor 3 is a significantly better option than a Valor 2. Wildly better, in my opinion. Just because of the survivability that those gimbals add. I mean, when I use a yacht, oftentimes I'll have a heavy amount of PD on all three. So it's just like, for me especially, it makes a huge difference. Yeah. I mean, you can always put a repair bay on any yacht, but it already has decent equipment space. So having that extra little bit is just like, well, yeah, of course I was gonna put a drone bay on my yacht anyway, so it's, I mean, unless you're anti-repair drone, it's free space. Yeah. Oh no, I don't even like using the auto repair system on a frigate. I was talking about that earlier. Even frigates kind of suck for auto repair. It's not great. It's definitely not great. Yeah, I barely got out of that one. That was crazy close. And I have to be really careful still. The nice thing is if I let off the gas, I'm still going pretty much the same speed. This is a no booster build. It goes 107 without boosters, which is absurd. And then 145 repair. No, the automatic repair system on a yacht is, well, you can't, I don't think. Yeah, Corvette. But putting it on a Corvette is almost always a bad idea. Putting it on a frigate is usually a bad idea. Personal opinion. But I've never enjoyed it on a Corvette. Ever. Exactly. And it's already got a good amount of equipment space. So it's just a really good ship in every way. Wow, Lena's in combat, huh? I guess I should set them for attack, but they're actually really good at mining because their weapons are so damn destructive. But like, Alina's weapons are explosive. Exactly. And I know he did that because the Valors are kind of, it's called Star Valor. You know, you can't have the namesake ship be underwhelming. So it needed it. Even if it was only the third iteration that super kicks ass, it needed to be done. I wanted those ships to be better because it's like one of the first ships you come across. Other than the, what's that thing called? The Galaxy. This is going to be hilarious. She shoots at the rocks with plasma cannons. Yeah. But I think it's funny that the Galaxy is the tutorial ship and not the Valor 1. Let's drag him into an asteroid field real quick. That's true too, it's pretty quick. I'd rather have a Lao Shu than a Valor 1. I'll put it like that because of the weapons on the wings that move, the gimbal gun ports. That alone, to me, makes the Lao Shu, a shuttle, preferable to... Yeah. And it's a tin can. But yeah, I'd rather have a Lao Shu than a Valor 1. But a Valor 3, totally different. Valor 2 is kind of like, they're good if it's pretty much if you're not affiliated. But the Valor 3 is like, well, what am I gonna do? Get a defender? Come on, hit us with another fleet, you bastards. Damn it. Oh, nice. I saved it just in time. Boy, she's kicking that station's ass. And it's a 55. Wow, she kicked its ass. Holy crap. Oh, shit. I'm gonna die. Ah! I tried. I couldn't cloak again. The cooldown, I still needed another second. I'm still getting used to that, the cloak cooldown. I haven't used it a whole lot since it started. I'm still kind of remembering that that's a thing. I wasn't mad when he changed it because I was like, no, that makes sense because the way cloaking was before, and I don't know how many other people were demonstrating it, but I was just like, no, I can cloak forever and boost really fast and run my repair system and recharge my flux while cloaked. Which means that unless my enemy has an insane amount of repair, I will win. And like we were saying earlier, you just don't want it to be that way. Oh, the escape key doesn't close every menu. I keep forgetting if there's actually a difference between these two. There's not. Okay, they're identical. But yeah, 3:16, 18. 5:25, 29. 3:16, 18. It's basically minimum 50% better on all three stats. It's like, it's not even a contest. And then you factor in gimbal turrets versus a turret. Versus, not even a turret, it's a single hardpoint. It doesn't move. You do get a co-pilot. Cool. Extra passenger on the Valor. But call it 27 equipment versus 16. So 50% increase from 16 is 24. which this thing has +1 to that, plus the drone bay space. So it's more like a 60-70% increase. And then the 2 extra weapon space. Which, let's face it, if you had 5 weapon on the Galaxy, it's not an improvement. Unless you've crafted something ridiculously perfectly optimized for it, it's not really an improvement because it's only got the 1 gun port, so it wouldn't do any good. Oh, the Valor? I mean, yeah, if you can get your hands on a Reaper, absolutely. I mean, it's basically the equivalent of what, 5 to 6 weapon space? Assuming that you put identical weapons on this thing. I mean, even the Guardian's not a bad alternative. With 2 double barrels, it's kind of like having 5 weapon space. They're not gimbaled. Either is the Reaper. But agility 11, agility 11, agility 11, so... I used to be a huge fan of the Defender. I just liked Syndicate ships because of the shield absorber. Yeah, with the Defender and the Reaper, you don't get any gambling. You just have to take advantage. You just have to make them nimble enough. If you're not using drone bays, the Reaper technically has more equipment space. If you use a drone bay, at least one, even one, technically the Valor has more. They all have a co-pilot seat. I mean, at some point, like these two even have 23 and 22 cargo space. This one's got 29. If you're not purely combat, that can actually be a big deciding factor. Oh yeah. Oh, if you got 6 on this, yeah, totally, absolutely. Especially if you decide not to care about missiles. And you just put 3 light laser beams on it with Dogfighter. And then you get nano components for another +2, which means that you can put a pair of PD beams on it still. Yeah, you could get that to 8, right? The Valor 3 could have 8. Space Pilot has a weapon capacity boost? Or... Oh shit. Oh, wait, so you can get a Valor Mark III up to 10 weapon space? What? Well, that's what I'm doing next time. Holy shit. I mean, that's 3 improved laser beams. Granted, with the power down to 33%, but still with that range. That's insane. I didn't even think about that. I've pretty much only done fleets since the Lone Wolf buff tree came out. The you don't have a fleet buffs. Pretty much, yeah. I would say that makes your yacht a Corvette. Oh shit, that's what I'm doing tomorrow. Let's see. Let's go ahead and... Should I just start with Dogfighter to have all the fun? Like, when I think about these, I think about what's going to take the most space off of my ride. Like, acceleration, you can always opt for an upgrade if you have the power to support it, but it can save you. It can put you down to Impulse Mark 3 instead of 4, just to be fast enough, just to consume less power, just to save space on generators, or reallocate it. Yeah, no kidding. But you know, if you're gonna cruise a yacht hardcore, you know, armor plating's great. You know, an extra 5 damage resistance can make a huge difference because there's so many things that might one shot you, especially early game. That's a huge buff. But it's also one that you can't make up for very easily because you can't hit your damage resistance cap in game anymore. Not easily, so you have to think about that. Tech level is like a temporary good thing unless you like a Doom Cannon, but yachts don't. Although a Doom Cannon's 10 point, right? Wait. That means you could put a Mark 1 capital beam on a yacht. Yeah, damage and defense. I think I'll go with power with generator just to make it interesting, so that I'm not automatically fast enough to outrun everything. Yeah. Cash would be nice, but more powerful enemies is going to be rough. Ooh. That's a tough one. Oh wait. Combat Genius. I don't need that. Let's see. If I'm going to be running around in a yacht, trying to go hardcore yacht style, then I don't need Combat Genius. Battle Rush for sure. No. I should be able to get that one quickly enough. Not early, but quickly enough. And it comes with a bounty layer, so I don't want an early game. I feel like starting with Dogfighter would be an okay move, but not a good one. So what I should do then is take Wheatus. Aggressive? I don't think I've ever started with that one. Oh wow, that's not even on this list. Oh, it's not an achievement. I'm looking at an achievement list, not a perk list. Oh. Yeah, but I can pull that off just by killing a few syndicate and miners. I just have to make sure it's kind of balanced out so that I don't piss one off more than the others, so that recovering is balanced. It doesn't get all off kilter. But that would be, I think that would be easy enough to get in game. Attack and destroy 3 civilian syndicate or Proxima mining ships is all you have to do to get aggressive. So I won't worry about that one. Like Defender and Legionnaire are good ones, but I think I can pull that off pretty early game if the system presents itself. If I can get a nice mid-level faction war, like something in the 20s or even lower. That's not going to do me any good. I won't be using cloaking or 4-point weapons. I mean, other than screwing around. That is true. Although, even when I play small ships, I've sometimes bought a larger ship to put a big scanner on and run it around to do that real quick. But if you try to do it naturally with your primary ship, then yeah, it's kind of a bitch. So it becomes a late game thing where you have to get enough money for, I mean, at least a Corvette. A fun with maps in a Corvette is not terrible. I didn't like it. I didn't ever want to do it again. I usually wait for a cruiser, but a frigate's not that bad. Yeah, I doubt I will want that very much in game. Space Janitor's not bad. I mean, it can take a while to get, and that +5 cargo space, early game, like 20 asteroid fields, right? 20 freaking asteroid fields. I'm not gonna do that anytime soon, just cruising around in a yacht. That's like, I would have to take the time to and invest the money to build a mining fleet so that I don't have to do 20 of them myself. That's actually really tempting. I'm surprised I did that in a hardcore run. That's fun. I wonder what the other parameters were that I was able to survive doing that. It must have been really low level systems. Which one's Hoarder? 40 different items stacked in your ship. Yeah, I hardly ever get that one. I neglect that one so hard. Oh yeah, you can always use torpedoes or demolition missiles. Yeah. Oh, the Rakita. Sometimes I imagine that I'm going to do a run with something silly like only using a Rakita to level 50 or a Hercules. But like, even the Hercules has, uh, this thing has 4 weapon and a gimbal. I feel like it wants me to do it. It wants me to take it out and get weird with it. Because that has 22 equipment, 45 cargo. That's less. I mean, this ship is not amazing, but at the same time, it's kind of cool. The gimbaled front is so weird. It's such an odd thing. Like, I think I flew one for like 5 minutes once. But it seems like such a fun boat. And I feel like this ship, I feel like he needs to make the Comey's 1-point weapon a turret, a 360 turret. Is that weird? Because like, what are you supposed to do? Put a small laser and the .5 small laser, the yellow thing? Or, I think it's the only way to redeem it, other than just giving it better stats. But like, then it's not a Comey anymore, you know? It's a bread box. I love it. I love those ships. You know what I haven't done? You know what I haven't done is look at it from the side. So this is going to be a placeholder build. I'm going to redo it tomorrow. And I'm going to go look at a Comey from the side. We're a Corvette, so if I took Lone Wolf, it would be a shuttle. Could do that to get a yacht. Oh, that makes me happy. That's exactly what I wanted. Me, of course. Is that really... I mean, the weapon damage is great. The hit point regeneration as a yacht. I mean, if you don't have a drone bay, it's not bad. 5%'s not going to do a whole lot, but... Like, let's see, a Comey has 80 armor. So that's less than 5 hit points. That's less than a hit point a second. Fair enough. That wouldn't be bad. Energy generation, speed booster cost and max speed, that would compensate for not taking the experience perk for speed a little bit. Tech level acquisition and slower experience. Yeah, exactly. That's not bad. 4% for 5 seconds. 0.4%. Oh god, it's half a percent. Oh. How do you do? So it has 80 armor, right? Times 0.004? Is that right? Yeah. So that's, and then times, it's 0.32 per second. So times 5, it would be 1.6. So you'd be seeing ticks. With his 0.4%, you'd be getting ticks of 1.6. Or his 4%. So that 8% would be 3.2 every 5 seconds. It's almost a third of a hit point per second. Almost. But not quite. That's not bad. That could be... Oh yeah, no, I'm absolutely only laughing at it in the context of what I'm used to with bigger ships. I absolutely... If you have 80 hit points and you're getting back a third of a hit point per second, that's helpful. That is very helpful. Absolutely. Okay, that is what you were saying. It's the weapon. I forgot about his balance breaker with the weapons like that. Plus max speed, plus scanner power, warp distance. I won't be doing a lot of warping in a yacht, but it's gonna come up. Especially in a new game. That's not bad. I kind of wish that 3% would scale with tiers. Oh shit, yeah. Oh my god, 20% on top of the dragon. Especially with the extra bonuses we were talking about earlier, Dogfighter, Lone Wolf, nano components. Ooh, buddy. And then there's Tim the Insane, who you pretty much only use when you have an escort. But then again, a decent engineer that automatically starts with damage resistance, it doesn't suck, but it won't be any different than any other engineer and could actually end up being worse in a yacht because you want a co-pilot that's more than just an engineer. So honestly, yeah, you're right. Tim is not for a small solo ship. It might be a good engineer in a large ship, but even then, you might find something better. But as an escort captain, co-pilot engineer, then he becomes like ridiculously powerful. I mean, you've seen it where he warps out. I call him back for 20%. He warps out again. I call him back for another 20%, and I just hit it 3 or 4 times, and then he's back to full before any Ravager is ever going to get repaired by its guardians. Oh man. %. Plus an extra 10 if they're torpedoes. I imagine that stacks, so you get 30% for using a torpedo that's size 3 if you make one, or they're normally 2. But then all you have is a navigator pilot, which isn't bad, but you're not getting the engineer bonuses, but you are getting ridiculous damage bonuses that you don't get here necessarily. I did make a sacrifice of speed for jet power generation. This would make it more sustainable, especially with the engineering bonus. That's true too. But do you want it to be a navigator skill with the pilot, or an engineer skill with a slightly more advanced pilot? But then you have that 20% versus 5%. But Weaver Song doesn't have the auto repair. See, the auto repair is what I keep coming back to. Like, with this one, the extra auto repair may or may not be worth it, depending on what else you get, but it's a specialized engineer. This one's got the pilot skills. Okay. Get it? Because they spin. That's true too. Should not be overlooked. Like, I've seen the sides of a Komi, right? Like, you can always spin with it. Oh my god, it really is. It's the Winnebago. If anybody starts making like really good legit mods for this, I'm gonna ask them to turn the Komi into the Lone Star Winnebago. I have to. If I don't learn to do it myself by the time it's an option, I'm absolutely gonna go Spaceballs. The fact that he flew a space Winnebago, because, you know, Han Solo's ship was a freighter, so it was always kind of like, yeah, but why wouldn't you just get a ship that's actually designed for combat? And he's like, well, it's a freighter, but we stripped it down so the engines are way overpowered, so it's stupid fast. It's not a combat ship, it's a smuggling ship. And you're like, okay, that makes sense. So what's a modern day smuggling operation? Well, you're usually crossing the border in an RV, hoping that the cops don't want to take all the time to rip the whole damn thing apart. I love it. And the engines, like, it doesn't look like a bullshit ship. I love that it's like, yeah, it's tiny. Yeah, it's not impressive in any possible way. But the motherfucker still takes itself seriously. I mean, for Christ's sake, half the backplate of it is occupied by a door. For a person-sized door, not a hatch, not a cargo bay, not a cargo hatch. Just a door. Like, I imagine that that's a person, a normal-sized door, like a bit wider and slightly taller than what I have at my front door. Exactly. It's just like, it's a windshield with engines. It looks like a piece of something. Not a piece of shit. But a part of a greater whole, yes. Oh, absolutely. A door is a game changer when you're trying to figure out the scale on stuff. The only thing that could fuck it up is if he's like, no, I mean, it looks like a normal door, but that's for mech suits. And you're like, well, how big of a mech suit? And he's like, well, I'm not telling you. And then it becomes completely ambiguous again. But if you assume that that's a person-sized door, which everything about it says that it is, because otherwise why would the windshield be that big? And if you look at cockpits on bigger ships. So there we are with our one weapon space. So Dogfighter +1, Nano Components +2, so there's 4. Lone Wolf +2, so we could get a Komi with a 6... I could put an Ultra Laser on a Komi! That's happening. Okay, I'm gonna save this, but we're gonna go do that somewhere else real quick. I know I've got a Komi somewhere. On something with good. We're gonna go find a Komi and just make it. Oh no, but I don't have the perks anywhere. I don't have all that together. I need a Lone Wolf with Dogfighter and Nano Components. Alright, so that's going to be a tomorrow thing. Well, let's see. Damn it, I gotta wait for this to load so I can quit. I was like, I'll just jump into another save and do it. Tired. Wrong. Not how it works. Yeah. Oh, almost finished my beer. That's another thing I like about stouts. They taste good warm, so you don't have to drink it super quick. It's about that time. For sure. It's only got 4 extra space. What do you even do with that? The mining lasers in the cargo bay. They're like, do you really wanna? I do. Like, why not? It's got 30 cargo space. It's not like you shouldn't mine with it. I like the idea of doing mining runs and trading runs with non-faction ships. To me, that's a lot of fun. Oh, Luxurious Devil, Lana Ray, Rogue Girl, welcome, welcome. Didn't see you guys come in. Ta-da! And then you just deal with the fact that it turns like a turd. Oh yeah, when we get people missions? Alright, so let's have a look at this. Okay, so door frames are what? 7, say 8 feet tall. So it's less than 50 feet long. If that's an 8-foot door, it's less than 50 feet long. If it's a 7-foot door, it's more like 40 feet long. And what? 15 feet wide? Tops? Sorry, 5 meters? 4.5, 5 meters. I think I remember how to do that conversion. It's the almost 3 feet, but meters are longer. A yard is just under a meter. It's 3 feet. So, like 75 feet would be like 15 yards, so like 13 meters. 13 meters from, well, that's not even counting the windshield, I guess. That would add another half a meter. Yeah. A yard is slightly shorter, it's 3 feet. So, I would call it like 14 meters long, maybe 15 to the tip. What do you think? If a door frame's like 2.25 meters, maybe 2.5 tops. So it might only be like, oh god, it might only be 10 meters long. I mean, not 10. Yeah, no, yeah, 10. Ooh. Oh, my agility trashed, yeah. Oh, right. That's what you do. Yay, we got 106 armor. But at least it turns a little bit more. Oh, nice. And we don't have to worry about losing that battery because we can sustain the beam. Okay, boost and beam is a little rough. That's going to take some power. So combat. So if you're mining, then you use it at full power, but combat, you might want to take it down a notch. It takes so long. Yeah. mean, it's about the size of a normal RV, right? Maybe a little bit bigger. No, it's bigger than an RV, I guess. It's more like the RV from Meet the Meet the Fockers, the Meet the Parents sequel, the giant super luxury RV from hell. Yeah. You know, if you play a lone wolf where you're friendly to everybody, you can totally fleet the comies and have, 30 comies, 25, 30 comies, as long as you avoid the marauders and you don't get too many layers of bounty. You could, like, safely. I can't wait. I can't wait until we get time delivery missions and time taxi missions so that the Pegasus will actually be a useful ship. Because, my god, it's actually pretty fun. And the +2 space you just use because you don't need weapon power, so you just put two boosters on it. Oh yeah, race missions too. Oh man. Pegasus versus what's the not screamer? The shuttle with no weapons. The other one. It's gold. Yeah, I figured time delivery missions. Mercury, yeah. Time delivery missions is what you'll want that for, and like maybe they'll be super difficult and super lucrative, and the real trick would be different scales on that. Like, so there's timed missions in Elite Dangerous where the amount of stuff that you have to deliver is more than any ship's cargo space that I'm aware of. Like maybe there's maybe a Type 9 with all the cargo bays, but you have to make multiple trips. Otherwise, like I used a Type 7 for the most part, and they're like, deliver 2,000 tons. I'm like, shit, that's 4 trips. And I don't have, there's not enough time. Like my ship's not fast enough or cargo capable enough for that. So they had some really tough missions like that. So you're like, well, do I want to use a Pegasus or do I want a slightly slower but bigger cargo bay? And you actually have to have multiple ships if you want to be able to take all the different missions. Which also means you have to be ready to recall those ships, which means they have to be in a fleet that you can recall them and then swap to use them yourself, because that mission. That's another thing. If so, he talked about how when you take a mission, it'll get replaced eventually. But what he hasn't said is if existing missions will change over time. Like if there's a full cycle. So like you see a mission, they're like, we need 100 copper, and you're like, oh cool, I'll go get 100 copper, but you forget to actually accept the mission. By the time you get back to the station, they're like, bro, we got our copper already. We need nickel now. And you're just like, oh shit. So like if you want to take a mission, you have to accept it, then recall a ship and get it done with that ship because it's the only one that you have that'll do it. So bounties, yeah, absolutely. You're flying around in your Pegasus and you're like, I really want to take this bounty mission, but I'm in a Pegasus, I can't kill stuff. So then you're like, alright, well then recall something that can engage it in combat. God, it's got double the agility of a Comey. It really is just a missile with extra large fins and a cockpit. They just replaced a warhead with a cockpit. Like, that's the bottom of a missile, of a really, really big missile. Right? Well, a 6-point plasma cannon. Somebody crafted him a 6-point charging plasma cannon. Nobody knows who did that, but Oh, I can't even pretend to, I can't even try it. Oh my god. Am I actually gonna play this? I kind of want to, but it's just like, it serves no purpose other than to see a Comey with an ultra laser. This will probably be something I put time into on my own time, so that I can then, because it's going to take, what, 10, 20 hours? Although it could make for a funny video series later on, but, like, there would have to be more going on in the universe for anyone to actually care to watch 10, 20 hours of Comey work. I don't think I could ask anybody to watch that. So I'll do it in my own time for now, but then we'll see what in the final game, if it's something that's worth exploring again, of coming back to. Whoa! Yikes! Oh wow, I took it. I was pretty sure that was gonna kill me. Oh, I don't care. It's so funny, when I see small lasers, if I don't have the sound effects up high enough, I'll immediately assume that it's, ooh, nice. I'll immediately assume that it's, Vulcan. It looks like really bright Vulcan. But if you can hear the little pew pew, you're like, oh, thank God. But that is the option, right? A small laser and a PD laser? Or just two PD lasers? Not that. Double PD? Oh, the only benefit is that it takes a little bit less, but the PD actually has better range. It's just a low power. It even shoots slower, so it's... Well, yeah, point defense has better DPS and range. It's just like, I guess the question comes down to how long it'll take to overheat, but we're talking about 10 heat, less than a heat per DPS. That's a bigger gap on a smaller stretch, right? So that's 1.5. Oh no, it's not. That might actually be better as far as heat per damage, but then you lose range. PD lasers have better 80 projectile speed versus 60. Yeah. I think the smart trick there would be to just use one that won't overheat and just add the second one as necessary, because you're getting a better damage per heat ratio. Maybe? No. That might be the only thing that the small laser beam has better. But I mean, if you're mixing projectile speeds, it gets kind of wonky, right? Like, when you're trying to lead off a target at a distance, you're not getting a consistent hit point. The range, plus the range. If you're doubling down on a weapon, then you're limited basically to the smaller weapon, the shorter range. You're basically nerfing this thing, screwing up your accuracy. You might as well just do that. Just use the second when it's needed, and then you can lean off of it. But you really have to lean off of it early. Like, you can only kind of pulse the second one, because as soon as it's there, then you lose your cooling efficiency. It's going to stay right. That's climbing. It's climbing from there. But if you do it from here and then let off, it'll actually drop down slowly. So you can get like a couple. You can get a short little extra burst in there. So then you have to compare that to the small laser. Did I sell it? I sold it. 13. 13. So you get the projectile speed at a little bit better range. No, at that point you should just go. If you're comparing, if you don't care about the point defense effect, you might as well get a burst. Because that's never going to overheat. But you're still losing a lot of DPS. 26 versus 15. The only thing you get here is that you could do all that damage in one quick hit and then get out, and then do another hit and get out. The burst effect is better DPS than what you can see on paper, but that doesn't make it desirable necessarily. If you're going to get really ballsy with your Comey, then yeah, it looks like, I mean, 50 range is great, but it's not worth half the DPS. Other than for like 0.01% of targets that will be vulnerable to that low of a DPS, but are unapproachable at a 40 range versus 50. That's not going to happen very often. And you're talking about targets that are so big and slow that they may as well be stationary anyway. So you're going to be doing a lot of spin dodging. Shit. We're going to make a badass Comey tomorrow. I'm excited. Fuck. Yeah, that's going to do it for me tonight, though. I'm starting to lose the ability to focus. Oh, shit. Tomorrow's going to be fun. Oh, my God, I can't wait. Tomorrow or Sunday. Tomorrow or Sunday. I'm definitely going on this weekend. I'm pretty sure it's going to be tomorrow. Might be Sunday, but probably tomorrow. And I'd like to start early so I can get a long stream in. Awesome. Oh yeah. Cool. Alright, well, we're going to pick it up tomorrow, and we'll see you later.